one. Scene mode, no. Docs. Chat. Hey Kai, and yes, they do. Alright, I've got the chat there. Let's see. I want to see if I can open this thing. Oh, okay, yeah, alright, so that works. Okay, good. Yeah. Alright. Just getting... where was that again? Fuck off. Oh, right there, chat. Oy vey. What a pain in the ass it is sometimes. Let me grab the link. I'm a little late to doing the streaming because it's Halloween. It's the spooky holiday today. So I had to deal with that today. Going around seeing family, showing off the baby. No, not studios. Good God, YouTube. I honestly don't know what the fuck is going on with YouTube nowadays. They've got they're blocking people. They're like fucking around with people who have ad blocker on. Okay, share. Copy. Paste. Close that out. Close that one out. Oh, okay. A rambling on Transformers 1? I mean, so I've seen bits and bobs because it's been recommended to me on YouTube, and I've watched a couple pieces. Ooh, yeah, that's right, the new War Bond. I'm not a big fan of I think it's Chris Hemsworth doing Optimus's voice. It just doesn't sound right. Like it's super weird. Alright, let me unlock all the new stuff. 300. Okay. Oh, fucking... God damn you. Spend 3 more. The Sith Trooper armor, everybody's been saying on the subreddit. Okay, so this is the new SMG. That's the new SMG. Tab. I don't know. think people aren't fucking reading stats right. That sounds pretty good. But, yeah, so... Oh, they did upload the whole thing. I'm gonna have to find the whole thing, then. Because I like how they explained... I saw how Starscream's voice became Starscream's voice. I'm okay with that. I like that a little bit. Uh, kind of not a fan about how... actually, Sten, do you care about spoilers? Like, at all? For this movie, Transformer 1? Because it's just you and Kai. And I think Kai may have seen Transformers 1. Okay. So Starscream being the leader of the Proto-Decepticons, I thought was a little eh. Because Starscream is literally... Uh, he's literally a coward. Like, G1 Starscream has always been a coward. He's always a backstabber. He's always trying... Like, one of these days, Megatron, you're gonna fuck up, and I'm gonna kill you and take your place. Like, I can kind of see the angle they're going for, though, where he's like, ooh, you beat me. I'm gonna get you back, though. What was the other thing that I was like, eh. What was it? What was that? It was another clip I saw. Oh, I I don't like the fact that fuck. Oh, Soundwave. Soundwave. All the clips I've seen that he's in barely fucking says or does anything, and it's Shockwave. Shockwave's the one, the mono-eyed one. They have so many goddamn fucking names. It's hard to keep track sometimes. But like, if it's Shockwave that I'm thinking of, like, he's supposed to, like, in almost every single version of like the Transformers, he has been in like an oh shit moment. Like, I honestly like the everything on Cybertron in the Bumblebee movie. Like, as soon as you see Soundwave, Shockwave, and like the rest of the Decepticons come up, and they're like, "Oh shit, that it's Shockwave!" Like, and all the Autobots start to run away. Perfect. Also, Sentinel Prime. Like, come on, come on, really? Sentinel Prime. Like, I did like his death. I will give him that. But it's the post-credit scene I think I saw last night. It got recommended to me, and I was like, really? So because Sentinel Prime was an asshole, that's Megatron's like, well, we're gonna be bigger assholes. Because from what the small snippets I've seen, it's like the haves and the have-nots. Because like the whole plot is like how Megatron and Optimus and Bumblebee, like, and I think RC become actual Transformers because they're just robot people. They're like the subspecies of Transformers, and they become Transformers because that's what the trailers were showing. But it's like, okay, so you've got this one asshole ruining it for everybody, so that's Megatron. Megatron decides, yeah, he had it right the whole time? That doesn't make any sense. Alita. Okay. see. Ooh, what's... Oh, that's a... Mm. We're kind of going for a Hellghost fucking look. I'm with it. I do like... I do like the cape. But I'm going for the... Oh, are you fucking kidding me, Helldivers? The literal new armor passive they've dropped... actually, hang on. Let me check this. Yeah. So... To deal with the ragdolling and the stun locking that the bots have, they've released this new warbond with the new armor passive of unflinching, so that it helps prevent you from getting stun locked while fighting. Lovely. Also, it looks like it's light armor. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, heavy duty. Fire rate's 490. I mean, it's better than the fucking pummeler. It's almost double the damage, half the capacity, 4 times the recoil. Oh yeah, definitely 4 times the fucking recoil. Fuck it, we'll try it. We will try it. Demiurge.
That galaxy awaits your salvation.
Seek to add Zanya Prime to their despotic domain. We cannot allow this illegal territorial expansion. Okay. I think that's the whole sector. The northernmost sector. Best thing I've done to negate writer's block is just don't even think about it. Take some time off, play a video game, watch a couple movies, just like take a couple days off. Don't even be like, oh, I gotta get over it. Cause like I've been working on my D&D lore. The campaign setting that you were in. Oh, it's not writer's block?
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
Let's see.
The Helldivers battle for freedom. Let us decide where to enter the fray.
Oh, okay, it's that planet. Prevent that. Also, this is a bullshit major order we have. So, we've got to defend 5 planets from the automatons. Or just defend 5 times. We had to fight from Marfark, which was contested. And it was basically at that kind of percentage. I think also the order was 4 or 5 days. So we spent almost 2 days fighting for Marfark, took Martyr Bay. We have to liberate that. That's one check mark off the list. I'm surprised nobody's actually at Martel just to close this whole fucking pocket. Okay, so everybody's here defending Demiurge, so that's going to be a 3rd one. But we also need to hold Gakrix and Pandian for 2 days, 19 hours. So we have the bulk of them there, and then we have to, once we clear it, we should be able to clear it within 19 hours. I will say that. At the speed it's going, it's probably going to be like another 8 hours, because the biggest problem right now that I see with Helldivers is it's a numbers game, but it's when you have a doom stack of almost 30,000 players on one planet, the planet will be liberated faster than if it's uh, like 2,828. So no matter how fucking hard these poor souls fight on this planet, they will probably not get it, because I think it's every hour there's a decay, and I think it's hourly. But I think that's I mean, it is cut off from everything because of the supply routes, these lines. So maybe it's 1.5% taken off. But as you can see, they're not even at a fucking. They're at 5%. So it's just gonna keep ticking off and staying uh, under enemy control. I doubt it, Kai. I doubt they'll be adding the Illuminate soon. There's the whole conspiracy theory about Meridia screaming. Like, well, we're probably going to see blue lasers for quite some time, because, good lord, there's a lot to fix in this game. No, no, don't worry about the venting. Uh, it's it's your canon. It is your story. If you have a justifiable reason for the way she acted, via backstory and circumstances happening in the story, go for it. Don't worry what other people think. Christ, look how like some video games, game companies have changed whole characters from what they used to be. Like, look at Revan in the Old Republic. Like, everybody loved Revan when he was in KOTOR 1. I loved him, and I didn't even play KOTOR 1. I played KOTOR 2 before I played the first one. I had like this massive reverence for him. And then, lo and behold, Tor comes out. Well, it was the book first. But they're like, oh, well, actually, the exile sacrificed her life, and her spirit, her force ghost, protected him from all the years of torture. And then that, if I remember correctly, in Tor, it explains why he's evil is because he somehow split his essence into two bodies or some shit. Like, okay, that you're going a little too far with that. Give the people what they want. Like, plus I think it's like a couple hundred years after Revan, so Revan should be long dead. Like, if you want to do a flashback or a timey-wimey bullshit, wait, Democracy Space Station. Oh, okay. I wonder what that's going to be for. Alright, let's go rooting around for a party of randos.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thruster.
Yes, just continuously spin.
Orbit
Constant spin. Yep. What a great start to Helldivers. Boop. host leave? Did the host leave or did it fucking disconnect me? Current network connection has been lost.
Helldiver.
Always fun. So many goddamn people on the planet that were having connection issues still. Game came out in February. Exactly. Like, look what Byron did with, he did it with Metroid, Mega Man X, I think Mario.
Mission coordinates locked.
He did it a couple times.
Helldiver
That's why I
spotted.
said just fuck it.
Engaging orbital
Emergency
thrusters.
evac. Uh,
Orbit
what do these
signal.
boys need? I don't know. I'm gonna go with stamina. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't see what their weapons are. It's an infinite fucking loading screen when you check while you hop into a match.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
For a second, I thought I was gonna get disconnected. Oh wow.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
All the galaxy looks to you.
Objective located. North.
Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Objective located. North. 100 meters.
Alright, shut that goddamn flashlight off. I can't stand flashlights in this game.
Sending down support weapon.
D1 is just chilling over there. Okay, shoot at that. Map's obscured.
Critical stratagem available. Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Yep. Call it in. Get everything set. Alright.
New mag.
Is progressing.
Bugs. Southeast.
That looks like a bug nest to the right of me. And it is. God fucking damn that.
Eagle. Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital strike. Bug outpost spotted. Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Nope, bounced it right off the fucking rim. There we go.
Outpost clear.
Alright, where's this fucking impaler?
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh, okay, that's bile type. Okay, we got 2 fucking impalers somewhere on the map. There it is, I see it.
Calling in orbital strike. Tagging map. West. 50 meters. Heavy. Northwest. Close.
Recoil's not that bad. Like, the recoil's supposedly 4 times harder, but it's like a love tap.
Got a sample.
Grab these for these guys, because I don't fucking need them.
Bugs. Southeast.
And then there's this over here.
Found something.
Oh, excellent. More super credits. Come on, pick it up. Thank you.
Found something.
Oh, D1's dead.
Reinforcing.
Please do not fucking tell me that there's a...
Request approved.
There he is.
Reinforcements have been launched.
God damn it.
Requesting air support.
There we go. Oh.
Bugs. Northeast.
Oh. D1 died and he's the one that pinged it. That's why I was like, wait, where the fuck is this thing?
Say hello to democracy. Marking location. Heavy. North. Northeast. Close. Requesting orbital strike. Reloading.
With that.
Tagging location. Hold position.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling down objective
I don't
equipment.
know what it is with the fucking inputs, but you punch in some of the inputs and it'll just be like, nope, you didn't work. Didn't work.
Calling down supply.
Alright, grab it. Go.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Reinforcing.
D1, why?
Bugs. Northeast.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Hello to democracy.
Okay, I'm seeing a little bit of kick on it finally. Okay. Got
Calling in
D1,
reinforcements.
stop running for that goddamn thing.
Sending in an eagle.
Request approved.
I undershot that one.
Bug outpost.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Throwing grenade.
Out of there. Don't want you dying. Yeah, that's when we run. Yeah, no, fuck you.
Sample collected.
There might be grenades here that I need. Yep. Thank you. Ooh, stalkers. Yeah, you deal with that, M2. I'm fucking tired of doing stalkers by myself. I can book it here.
Requesting air support.
A couple nights back,
Hive structure destroyed.
where
I can't tell if this new shotgun sucks or if I'm just bad today.
I think it's okay.
yeah.
Outside of two.
Reinforcing.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting orbital strike.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Come on.
Mag's empty.
Fuck.
Calling in a.
Up. I found some stalkers. Yeah, yes, the ragdoll.
New mag.
Okay, back I go. Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's two of them right there.
Requesting air support. Marking location. North. Mag's empty. Reloading.
There's gotta be a second stalker's nest. There's... Up. Dead. Fucking exploding bush. It's on you, M2.
Calling in reinforcements.
Objective critical stratagem available. Request approved. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
I'm right here.
Calling in a hell bomb. Calling in orbital strike. Please liberty my leg. Freedom never rests. Engaging terminal. Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Okay.
Marking location. West. Calling down a support weapon.
Objective completed.
Heavy. Northwest. Close.
Charger Behemoth.
Requesting orbital strike close.
It sounds like I'm hearing stalkers. That might be them. Yep, here they come. Yep, found it.
Fire in the hole!
Fuck you.
Tagging location. North.
Bomb tunnel breach.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Bug hive spotted.
Outpost clear.
Looks like there's a river right there running across in front of me.
Bugs. West.
Yeah, I'm not fucking dealing with that. Yep, there's the river.
Administering meds.
I really want to know why D1 is just lone wolfing that one spot for fucking, like, to pick up his samples. We can go right back
Requesting air support.
at any point to pick them up.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, there's another impaler. I get a 30-second cooldown still. Yeah.
Heavy. Northeast. Close. Requesting orbital strike.
Enemy elite. North, 50 meters.
Fucking scavengers, man.
Calling down fortifications.
Alright, you people.
The Helldivers!
Calling in orbital
God,
strike.
the fucking input's like chunky today.
Requesting air support. Bug tunnel breach.
Thank you. Come on.
Tag Liberty. Calling in orbital strike. Sending in an eagle. Weaponry. New mag.
Um,
We're safe. Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters.
okay, D1's finally here. 5 more, come on. There's 3.
You're here.
Supplies.
Bugs. Northeast.
Freedom marches on.
Marking
Thanks
location.
to you.
North.
You guys go do that. I'm gonna scout ahead, see if there's a nest somewhere. Feel like there's going to be.
Enemy elite. Northeast. 50 meters.
Engaging. I'll take it.
Tagging map. South. Far. Requesting air support.
Ooh, and it's a large nest.
Requesting orbital strike.
Gas strike incoming.
Calling in orbital strike.
Oh, I killed it.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
Got that.
Sending in an eagle. Tagging location. Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I hear.
Found something.
Don't worry, D1, I got it.
Bug tunnel breach. Heavy.
I'm guarding
Northwest.
your corpse.
On my position. Requesting orbital strike.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
I will need those grenades.
Found something.
Alright, so directly straight.
Back in the fight.
And then I'll bang out right after
Sending
that.
in an eagle.
Yep, you don't need to worry about me.
Tagging location. South.
I'll be out of your hair, sir.
Got a sample.
That's a rare sample.
Rare sample acquired.
Alright, D1, let's go. You're the one lagging behind.
Enemy elite. East. 100 meters.
Bile Titan, Bile Titan.
I'll take it.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
That's what I live to see in this game.
Danger. South.
Fucking D1, man. He's like going as slow as fucking possible.
Throwing supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending down support weapon.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
I was gonna say, and he's fucking level 80. He's the second highest level.
orbital strike!
Gas strike incoming. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Ending in an eagle! Get some! Get some!
Oh, okay.
Reinforcing! Requesting air support! Calling in orbital strike!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
New mag!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing in progress. Orbital strike! Tagging location southwest. I'll take it.
I'm coming.
Cancel that. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1
Jesus. See, the problem with that, Kai, is they've already stated that the reason why you can't take both mech stratagems is the game's engine can't handle it. Which is mind-blowing to me. So them having 6 to 8 Helldivers, maybe in the future. But I don't know. Oh yeah, I fucking lost my train of thought when we were blowing up the fucking research station. So a couple nights ago, I was playing Helldivers, which is my current pastime. And I forget what the dude's name is. I'll look it up because he's in my recent players. I was playing bots. I think it was a 9. I think I was doing Helldive just to like kind of speed up the fucking liberation progress. One death. Oh, that's right. I can get my personal fucking order rewards. My God. So I'm playing on a Helldive mission, which is the second hardest difficulty. It's bot, so it's even harder than bugs. The guy chooses, I think it was a launched ICBM. Yeah, it was a launch an ICBM mission. And he decides, oh, well, the power generator's right here, and the ICBM's, like, right next door to that. But all the way across the fucking map is the launch codes. I'm going to do right next to the power generator. And I kept pinging, like, can we do the middle, please? Because you can see, when you're loading into a map, all the fucking enemy and, like, where the enemy is going to be. Also, it's okay. It's okay. This is my bug hunting rifle. Like, it may not have as much damage. It's got more capacity. And, phew, that recoil. Plus, you can alternate the fire rate. Mint. Okay. Yep. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. I wonder if that's part of the new armor. I was not even paying attention. That might be this armor. I can't tell. Yeah, because it's not this armor. Yeah, it's the new armor. It's just super fucking dark. Alright, let me hop into this hell pod. But, so he decides we're gonna drop right next to the power generator. There's a bunch of blobs everywhere. There's so much goddamn enemy presence in the area. I'm sitting there going, why? And I even message him in chat. I'm like, why are we going here? Why are we going to this spot? It's going to be a meat grinder. And he's like, oh, I know what I'm doing. Mind you, he was only 5 levels higher than me. He was like a level 110. I'm like, okay, whatever, we're going in hot.
So we bet, guys. Good.
So we go in hot. It's 2,
Yeah.
oh god, what's the fucking name of the tower? Detector towers. It's 2 detector towers that we land right between.
Here? What about here?
Like, why not
Here?
next, like, directly next to the fucking objectives? But, it was 2 detector towers. So now, we're running around trying to avoid all these bot drops. I run over, I start the generator, while the other 3 of them are just fighting constantly. And then what happens? I blow up one of the detector towers after turning on the generator. All 3 of them manage to just barely kill the other detector tower. There's a million bots running around fucking shooting at us. So I beeline it to the launch codes, because we need to do the launch codes. Immediately the fucking leader, the host of the game is like, D2, you need to come back here. We're not splitting up. Like, what are you doing? And I'm just typing in chat. I'm like, I'm going to the objectives so that we can get the launch codes, because you guys are all right next to the ICBM. He's like, we'll get there in due time. So not only did he send me into a fucking meat grinder where I died twice to ragdolling physics, but now he's like talking down to me like I'm a fucking idiot. Even though... So I said, fuck it. Fuck it. The guy wants to be an asshole, I'll be an asshole back. So I just walked. I didn't sprint. I just lightly jogged. Do. I jogged all the way across the map. Going at a nice easy pace. They're fucking fighting bots. I'm still going. Up. I'm going a little too far away from them. I just started going in circles around a rock. And then one of them would be like, D2, when are you gonna shoot? I'm like, I was told we're going to go in due time to this thing. So in due time I will shoot. We get the launch codes. I blow up a mortar fucking emplacement. I take out 2 factories. He's like, alright, we're gonna take... oh, that was the other thing. There was a big fucking factory we were trying to clear out, and I saw an escape pod right there. And he's like, what are you doing all by yourself over here? I was like, I'm taking out the escape pod because it's right next to it. And he's like, we don't have to do side objectives. Then why did we take out the... oh, we took out the 2 detector towers because they will fucking call in bots non-stop. We will take that out.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
It's like, what the fuck?
Calling down a support weapon.
That's fine, I'll open it. Super credits.
I just killed myself with my own pod. I haven't done that in a long time.
yeah, he is.
All that water start away. I really thought while you died was
Mag.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Enemy elite. Northwest. Close.
Oh, thank God that... okay, there's a minor point of interest over here I'm gonna go get. Like, you guys can go do the objective.
Requesting objective equipment.
Oh, it just fucking chews through bugs.
Found something. Got a sample. Sending in an eagle. Rare sample acquired. Bug hunt spotted. Prepare to
Okay.
exterminate.
So M2's doing that. D1's or A3's over there.
Found something.
Any other points of interest that will get picked up on the map? No. Alright. I'm going with M2 because he's doing objective. So yeah, so that game, the guy's fucking ranting his ear off at me about fucking straying off. We do the launch codes, I run back. Fucking thank you, Jesus Christ. Come on.
I got the terminal.
But we finish the launch codes, we do the fucking ICBM,
Enemy elite. South. 50
and
meters.
then once the objective is done and we've cleared the objective, he fucking runs across the map to go do the radar station with like 5 minutes left on the clock
Found something.
by himself. And I'm like, why are you lone wolfing this? We have to go to the objective, sir. And he's like, oh, well, I gotta go pick up some samples. Okay, I don't need to fucking... I don't need to kill these guys. I can just run. Alright, I have to kill that.
Rare sample acquired. Sending in an eagle. West, 200 meters. Reloading.
Jesus Christ, what is up with the fucking button sticking?
Found something.
Alright, good. I'm going there anyways, M2. And E1's dead. But, oh, easy.
Requesting air support. Calling in reinforcements.
That should blow it up. No.
Throwing grenade.
I have a friendship bunker over here.
Got a sample. Supplies.
Who's got the friendship bunker? Okay, it's not M2. Hang on, let me get the samples.
Both tunnel breach. Reinforcing.
No, I'm good. I got this.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. Fire in the hole. Get some. Get some.
Reinforcing.
There we go.
Heavy on my position.
Tagging map. Northwest, 300 meters.
Taylor is down.
Marking location. Northeast.
Oh, he's using the new submachine gun.
Blasting.
See, this is what you're supposed to do. Work as a team.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters. Heavy. Northeast. Close. Sending in an eagle.
Calling in orbital strike.
Found something. How about a nice cup of liver tea?
We've got equipment. I've got this one.
Rock on it. Power to exterminate. Calling in an orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters.
You will never destroy our way of life. Heavy. Calling in orbital strike.
There we go. Push in. Come on, come on, come on.
My life pursuit. Throwing grenade. Requesting air support.
If I can just take out a couple more holes, I'm fine. Up, fucking bugs. Come on, climb up. Come on, climb up.
Got him.
There we go.
Bug hole. Northwest. 50 meters. To the sky. New
Or I am too. I'm covering you.
Mag's empty.
Fuck.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Well, we got it though.
Look for all samples quick.
Found something.
Say hello to democracy.
Requesting
That should be
objective
it.
equipment.
Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters.
That's fucking artillery right there.
Tagging map. South, on my position.
I know it's artillery just by the fucking map.
Supplies.
It's bad that I know where the what this thing is.
Southeast. 100 meters.
I gotta stop playing Helldive. Ooh, we're eating good tonight, boys.
Dropping package.
Yep. I swear to God, they fucking patched out.
Package acquired.
Okay, they
Dropping
didn't.
package.
Alright, high explosive. Damn.
Dropping package.
This one's a really nice fucking loadout.
Package acquired.
Mini nuke, 3 high explosive.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
One step closer to mission completion.
Oh, they've cleaned up that bit.
Dropping a pin. North, 200 meters. Enemy elite. North, 50 meters.
Objective completed.
Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters.
There you go. Definitely need the fucking grenades.
Requesting orbital.
Tagging location. Northwest. Tagging location. Danger.
Okay, somebody's already opened it.
Requesting orbital strike. Bug outpost spotted.
Outpost cleared.
So there's that one bug nest. I like how D1 and A3 didn't even come to do this fucking objective. They're just like, M2 and D4 are doing alright by themselves.
Heavy. Northwest. Close.
Oh, there goes D1. I was gonna say don't call him in yet.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy. Northwest. Close.
Critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh, I haven't even had the fucking RPM way up.
Engaging terminal. I got the terminal. Reinforcing. Engaging terminal. Requesting orbital strike. Calling down a support weapon.
Alright, bugs are coming where?
Calling in orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Oh, fuck off.
Ending in an eagle. South. Close. Heavy. North. Dropping a pin. South. 50 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Tagging map. North. 100 meters. Supply beacon. Reloading.
I mean, I shouldn't have to reload. I have the fucking gun. I have another one.
Freedom, triumphs of activity 1. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Whatever you say, buddy. I'm going for the fucking nest. Okay, rocks.
Requesting air support.
Unleashing democracy.
reload bad.
Enemy elite, west, 50 meters.
Engaging. I'll take it. Requesting air support.
Alright. Not bad.
To extraction when ready.
Not a bad mission at all. We're doing alright. I don't think D1's died as many times, though. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we fucking go.
Enemy elite, east, close.
Don't waste your ammo, D4.
Calling in extraction. Bug tunnel breach.
God, another fucking bile tape.
Request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Top off.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting air support. Calling in orbital strike. Back. Sample collected. Collected.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Bugs, southwest. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Bags empty. Calling in an eagle.
40 seconds. Oh, fuck me.
Northeast, 50 meters.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling in orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting orbital strike.
Ooh,
T-minus 10 seconds.
didn't see you.
Sending in an eagle. Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Alright, boys.
Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved.
Fucking Christ.
Heavy east, close. Marking location. North.
Okay, everybody get on the fucking ship.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Let's go in, guys.
In 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning.
Jesus.
Victory was never in doubt.
Alright, this is gonna have to be my last one. I gotta go make dinner.
Yeah, yeah, no. We too. Well, nice rounds. Nice rounds.
Thank God. Hey, I leveled up. Only took a week. Yeah, most kills, no deaths. Me and him too. Fucking held that down. Yeah, I'll hug you. Alright, let me hop off his ship. Oh, that's right. I got Warbond medals. I'm so used to not having fucking rewards. Okay, so this is... Okay, so that's the light armor. This is medium. What else do we get? Man, what a lackluster fucking Warbond sometimes, I'm telling you. The pistol seems nice. I don't know. I don't like the fact that unflinching is their fucking pride and joy fucking passive for the armors. Like I do like the skin. Uh, I don't like. Yeah, I mean it's like a steel. Yeah, it's steel. Okay, I'll allow it. I thought it was gonna be like white. I mean this like around the cockpit's kind of light, but it's kind of dark at the same time. Alright. Social. Let me enter this code. Yeah. Sent that.
The enemy is attempting to seize one of our planets. We must join the defense.
Now we're at 31,000 people. I still want to know who that one Helldiver is in this sector because I've never been to. I think I've been to that sector one time.
The bugs are a plague. You are the vaccine.
Allied destroyer has
Yeah,
joined
I just
squadron.
realized that loading into this next match, I'm like 18 fucking experience points for leveling up. I just thought, oh hey, the bars get touching, awesome. Oh, yes. There we go, finally. Sorry, I am 58 experience point. Ooh, a new catchery. Okay.
What about here?
Hmm. Do I take a 500? No. I mean, I get 2. What do they got? get for weapons? Hey, he's rocking a tenderizer. That guy's rocking the fucking crossbow. Ugh. I can't get behind crossbows. People swear up and down that the crossbow is great. I don't see the appeal of it. I don't.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Oh, I'm most definitely getting it. Like, the only way I could feasibly start leveling up faster, even though I'm 45 levels to cap, is Helldives, which are the hardest difficult, second hardest, and then Super Helldives, and I've done Super Helldives, and they're bullshit. They are just absolute fucking, they're cheap. Especially with bots. Like, they released variants. They're not palette swaps, but they were like variants of like a couple enemies. So like, it's Brood Commanders are the bigger warrior sized ones. Let's see if I can find one. So that's a warrior. The more armored variant is a Brood Commander. Yeah, right there. The one right there is a Brood Commander. The variant is an Alpha, and it's like spiky and stronger. And it calls in like even stronger and faster Hive Warriors. I remember when they added that one, it was spawning on every fucking difficulty. And they're like, this is a little much. Not gonna lie. Okay, why would you call down Napalm Barrage? It does nothing. Okay, well, while you're fucking doing that, I'm gonna take out this fucking spore.
Requesting air support.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, no.
Sample collect. Requesting sentry.
Objective completed.
Rare sample acquired.
I'm assuming it's going to be right there. Is there artillery on this map? Not that I'm seeing. There's a minor point of interest, though, right over here. Also, supposedly, they patched, for this mission specifically, you call in a drill.
Freedom forever.
You call in a drill to plant a nuke and blow up the whole fucking hive. Previously, for whatever reason, it was bugged so that if somebody called it in, they couldn't interact with it, or it just would not be able to be called in.
Reloading. Objective located. Southeast. 200 meters.
Yeah, see, they're calling in the drill right now.
Affirmative. Marking location. Affirmative. Calling down a sentry.
Fucking foliage, man.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Oop. That's a point of interest.
Bugs. Bug tunnel free.
Alright, run that way.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
He's gonna fucking blow that to Kingdom Come.
Requesting air support.
And of course, somebody fucking dies.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters.
Yep, come on.
Dropping a pin. South. Close. Found something. Got a sample.
Oh fuck.
Reloading.
Oh my god. Oh, and he fucking lost all the samples. He lost all the samples in the hole, or the crater. I'll check just in case, though. I hear it.
East. 300 meters.
Beeping in the void. Yeah, it would be here. Gone now.
Sentry.
Oh well.
Calling in an eagle. Enemy patrol. Northeast. Have a taste of democracy. Calling in orbital strike. Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital strike.
Gas strike incoming.
Bug tunnel breach.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't need ammo. Ooh, a Bile Titan came out though. That's fine. Any point of interest? Nope. Yes, please reinforce him.
Requesting orbital strike.
Alright.
Mag's empty. Get some. Get some. Reloading. Bugs. West.
Yep.
Say hello to democracy.
I did a big no-no. I brought a fucking... Did he... Yep, somebody dropped a fucking machine gun sentry. I'm fine. I didn't die. Thank God.
Tagging map. East. 100 meters.
Don't worry, boys. I can take this nest. It's a medium.
Bug outpost.
Is it a medium? Yeah, it's a medium. I'm just looking at it the wrong way.
Sending in an eagle. Freedom forever. Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Yeah.
Found something.
Hurl it.
Nice cup of liberty.
Will I I get it? Yes, I did. God.
Sample collected.
Hoo-hoo, no thank you. I will grab the ammo though.
Rare sample acquired.
God damn, I just keep fucking walking right into that.
Found something.
Yeah, no more points of interest that I can see. There might be one around here. Up. Yeah, one right there. Two.
Tagging map. South. Close.
Up.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 300 meters. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
Objective critical stratagem no
On
longer
down
available.
range. Sending in an eagle. Fire in the hole. Engaging terminal.
Yep, get on it. Then we got a large hive and a small one.
Calling in an orbital strike. Sending in an eagle. Tagging location. Northeast. Get back. Requesting orbital strike. Heavy on my position.
Why?
Reinforcement.
Why would you call down a fucking an orbital napalm barrage?
Point me to the enemy.
Because now that I don't even have to say anything, because you can clearly see the fucking whole objective is now almost wreathed in flame. Yep, he fucking burning alive. Okay. You guys got that. I'm going for these points of interest. Don't tell me it's a fucking vault. Oh, we got supers.
Found something. Sample collected. Objective located. Northwest, 100 meters.
Oh, that's a point of interest.
Northwest, 100 meters. Requesting sentry.
There's the super samples.
Found something. Rare sample acquired.
Super uranium.
Requesting orbital strike.
Okay, that's a shrieker nest. What the fuck is this then? Oh, is it a... No, it can't be a spore nest. It's something though. There's a lot of fucking alphas.
Requesting air support. Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
And a fucking charger.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Found something. Sending in an
Oh, it's a vault. Okay. Don't need it. call him in.
Rare sample acquired. Heavy, south, close. Requesting orbital strike. Bugs, south. Calling in orbital strike. Reloading.
Yeah, I see you fucking creeping up on me, you son of a bitch. I'm not that fucking.
Calling down a support heavy on my position.
Let me run over here. Okay, Nest is right here. Oh, there's a fucking hell bomb. Thank you, Lord.
Tagging map, south, 100 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Democracy is on its way.
Almost.
Bug outpost spotted.
Got him.
Here we go.
Requesting sentry. Calling in extraction.
That is a lot of bugs. Okay.
Extraction shuttle inbound. You may proceed to extraction when ready.
You have that sentry. Now's the time to.
Sentry.
I was gonna say, now's the time to use the fucker.
Rare sample acquired.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30
Son of a bitch.
Found
Yeah,
something.
nothing.
Orbital inbound.
ETA T-minus 2
Ah, yes. Injury.
Calling in orbital strike.
gas strike incoming.
Requesting orbital. Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle. You will never destroy our way of life.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
Administering freedom.
We're clear. That fucking orbital napalm barrage.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting air support.
Oh, one there that we missed.
More Superman! Support weapon. Heavy, northeast, close. Thank you.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Mag's empty. Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
New mag.
Wrong button.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. You will never destroy our way of life. Requesting orbital strike. In the
Come on, emo. Thank you.
Extraction complete.
Jesus.
Taking this in.
Liberty has seen you through.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, not bad stats. Oh yeah, I've got okay. 279 spent. 100, 210, 240, 250, 250, 295, 337. Up, and I guess the guy's done with his mission. So 337. 337 medals I need. I want to see if they're hitting around the ballpark range of the network. 337. So that'd be 616. So I need 616 medals for that. So more more than Freedom's Flame. I don't know. All of them are over like the 650 mark. I mean, this one was fucking a good one. I like that. Oh hey, awesome.
Managed democracy calls for aid. Only you can answer, Helldiver.
So, Sten, I was talking about how I was working on my lore when you brought up your writing. It's the same campaign setting that you were in that I hosted. I am going too deep into the lore. Too deep. So much so that I am shooting myself in the foot. Because I myself had writer's block. I. Yeah. So I have it written out. There are 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 7 kingdoms as provinces. They're called they're kingdoms, but their royal decree is their great provinces. Uh, I forgot just how fucking convoluted actual medieval hierarchies are. Yeah, you did. I think you messaged me like a little while after the game fell through. But yeah, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go more medieval hierarchy because most of the time in a D&D game, you'll have like the king and maybe a couple barons and maybe like a couple dukes and earls. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I've got Armoria to make banners and fucking sigils and family crests. I can do this. We'll go full medieval. And holy fuck. So it's it's the Holy Roman Empire. That's how the kingdom, like the middle kingdoms, are set up. You've got the main currently right now. When you guys were playing, I just was like, okay, so they're in the same time frame where there's a high king that was elected, and it's not like a moot like Skyrim. There's literally all the lords of the land send an emissary there to like a senate. They all have politicians there that delegate and choose which one of the candidates goes. Um, and so I was like, okay, yeah. So it's the same High King, same everything. This is the kingdom that's because each kingdom's like the High King just takes whatever kingdom he owns, and his capital is the capital for the whole of the Middle Kingdoms. So I was like, okay, easy enough, easy enough. And then I started going deeper down the fucking rabbit hole because I was like, okay, well, the Holy Roman Empire had a council that helped relegate and do all the daily tasks needed to the king. The king had like his authority and say on laws and matters. Okay, he had his high decrees and his edicts and stuff. Okay, got that done. And I'm like, okay, so there's the High King, and then there's his noble family, and then there's the great houses, which basically run the other kingdoms, and they're like the high king of their kingdoms. And then I'm like, okay, well, okay, so now there's minor houses. And I was like, okay, all set. I got the minor houses. There's like 7 or 8 minor houses that follow this great house, and the great houses and the minor houses send diplomats. Okay, that makes sense. And then I'm like, wait, I forgot that there's marriages. There's marriages, and then there's children who are like second born males and third born males that would branch off to make their own houses. And then I stupidly look up the oh god, Parliament, like proto Parliament, back when it was the Anglo-Saxons. And I was like, oh, okay, so there was some democracy going on under the banner of a monarchy. Yeah, the average like Anglo-Saxon moot had like 682 nobles. And stupid me, now mind you, this was like 8-9 months ago. I was like, I could make 692 fucking noble houses easily. And so I started doing it. I was like, okay, so this noble house and this noble house had babies, and so now this is their own noble house because they have this one. And then it just started snowballing because now I have this fucking mass of just so like I can look at the fucking lore and go, okay, I have all the kingdoms stratified and organized. So oh, that was the other problem was just because you're a lord doesn't mean you're a lord. You're also a lord could be a baron, a burgermeister, an earl, a duke, a bishop. The lord was just the throwaway title for whoever had like nobility. And so I had to go, okay, well, okay, so this noble house and this noble house had a child, and so those two were third-born heirs to the throne, to their houses, and so they answer to both houses, but technically their own dukedom. But this one's also a baron because he's first cousins with this cousin, and so he has claimant to this. It just became a fucking clusterfuck, and I burnt myself out doing all of this. And now the problem is because I've been hosting a game. We're doing our second session Saturday. It's all of my cousins on my mother's side. I don't really get to see them a lot, but they're all like 10, 15 years younger than me. They've gotten into D&D because of the Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate was the gateway drug for a lot of players. And so they're like, "Oh, we want to play D&D," and we tried real D&D, and the guy that we had is a first-time DM, and he had no idea what the fuck he was doing. And my aunt was like, "Oh, Dart's a really good DM. He's been playing Dungeons and Dragons since he was younger than you guys." And they were like, "Can you host?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And so it's just been because everybody works, so we've been trying to find a day off to where we can all congregate and play. And so tomorrow, Saturday, I keep thinking tomorrow is Saturday, but Saturday we're playing, and they've been like, "Oh, we want to see the lore," and I'm like, "You really want to see the lore?" And they're like, "Yeah, we want to see the lore," because like I have a whole map drawn out. I have like they're at the capital or close to the capital. And so like they were asking and like feeling out like, oh, how deep is this puddle? And now they're realizing, oh fuck, it's deep. And so I was like, okay, well I'll try and bring the lore next time. Like I got a big fucking compendium of shit. I'll just have to print it out and put it all together in a binder. But like the problem now is I show them this lore, they're going to be like, what the fuck? Because I have family trees that have turned into stumps. Like straight just like exactly Sten, like the Habsburgs. It's like first cousins marrying first cousins because that was a thing in the Middle Ages, and then you've got like, oh, this first cousin married their sister because the sister in this noble house will like daughters can inherit the throne and titles and stuff, and so they were like, oh well, I'll marry her so that I get the power because now I'm the male heir. So there's like all kinds of convoluted mess, and I'm like, okay, that's gonna fucking confuse everybody at the table. 100%. 100%. And then the other thing, because I was talking to Josh months ago about it, was orcs. I was like, orcs in D&D are not that big of a threat. Most creatures, because the I didn't do it fully because, as you know, the campaign failed while still in town. But I wanted all creatures, all manner of beasties, to be fucking lethal. I don't want. I like. It's probably the AD&D in me, and like the fact that in AD&D, in old school first edition, the players were supposed to be broke all the time because gold was tied to experience points and yada yada yada. But I just want players who are low level to go in and be like, "Oh my god, it's orcs." And then an orc rips an NPC in half because orcs are supposed to be fucking strong and ferocious, and then go, "Oh no, that's an orc." And so I was fucking dealing with. Ooh, damn. Josh telling me the deep lore about something going on. But so I was talking to him one day while we were at work, and I'm like, I want my orcs to be like super fucking powerful. Like, I'm not even gonna throw them out as like a normal threat as in most campaigns. And so I'm like, I hate homebrewing. I hate homebrewing monsters. I hate homebrewing like magical artifacts because you come up to you're literally balancing on a razor's edge from being this is too broken, and if you're using it for like an NPC or like an enemy or a big bad evil guy, the players are going to think, oh, he's bullshitting so that he can destroy us, or he doesn't want us to kill him. And then if you make a magical item for a certain character, like say a player's like, oh, my family has an ancestral sword passed down through the generations, and I'm the noble heir to take it, and my noble house got wiped out, and it's all I have. And you're like, okay, well, I'll think of something. And then you give them right out the gate a magical item. People are going to be like, oh, okay, he's playing favorites. And it's like, no, no. So I was looking, and I came across, hang on, let me see if I can find the orcs I found. Because I was looking up just higher CR. Because, like, that's another thing that pisses me off, is that orcs... Okay, yeah. Orc elites. Somebody else's homebrew. And me and Josh went through it, because Josh is more of a munchkin than I am, so he was looking at the numbers, and he was like, okay, yeah, that seems fair. But, like, orcs are, like, half CR. Which is insane to me, because they're supposed to be medium-sized humanoids, and they're supposed to have higher strength than a normal human, higher con, sometimes better dex, and like, yeah, their mental stats aren't as good, but it's like, you got a big dumb monster with a giant fucking axe coming in and swinging on you, it's fucking killing you. And so I have decided that a CR4 is perfect for an orc. And it's an orc elite. Right out the gate, they have an AC of 19. They've got 85 health. And as soon as I saw that they have insanely high health, I was like, perfect. Because then I can throw 2 or 3 of them at the group. And they can be like, what the fuck? Because it's 8 players. There's 8 PCs. So 8 PCs at like level, because you're supposed to be level 4 fighting one of these. And that'll be like an even challenge. So if I have like 8 level 4 players and I throw 3 of them, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? Like, we've been smashing goblins, and we've been we fought a troll or 2, we maybe fought a hill giant. Like, three orcs held their own against a party of 8, and we're level 4, and we have all these fucking resources. Because, like, I got like the Stellaris mindset with late game threats or end game crises, where at like some point I'm gonna roll on a random table one of the end game crises I have, and one of them is an orc invasion. And so I was like, I can't just throw like 1,000 half CR fucking enemies, because the party at the point if they get to that point where they're at the end of the campaign, they're going to probably be close to level 20, if not level 20. Like, half CR fucking orcs are going to be cannon fodder. They can just fucking sit there and swing, and I'm not even going to be like, does it hit? Like, the only time I'd stop them would be like, oh, you rolled a nat 1. That's a critical failure you missed. Sorry. But to have someone fucking deal with a CR4, and like it has an ability to where I think it's half health. Uh, they get an advantage on saving throws to avoid being charmed and frightened, and can make an attack roll with advantage once per turn. When it's reduced to fewer than half of its maximum hit points, it loses this trait and gains the feral rancor trait for 1 minute, and that is it has disadvantage on all attack rolls and advantage on strength checks and saving throws. Further after, the orc uses aggressive to move at least 20 feet straight forward towards a creature, or after it reduces a creature to 0 hit points, it can make a melee attack. So basically they go into a berserker rage, and I was like, oh, that's, ooh, beautiful. And then there's another variant, which is like basically the Urukai. They're like super heavy armored, they wear plate armor. They use actual tactics. They have a higher than average intelligence and wisdom and charisma. I was like, okay, those will be good late game threats because yeah, they're CR4 and you have 8 level 20 characters, but then you throw 100 of them. Now you're seeing like and then you throw in a couple trolls or maybe a couple hill giants into a war band. Now there's going to be a problem. Let's see.
Every sector in the galaxy must be purged of the alien menace.
2 hours, we've gotten to that percentage.
Countless opportunities for justice to be dispensed.
Yeah, we'll go to the bot front. Do a mission here.
Initiating FTL jump to the Denier system. FTL jump successful.
What's the mission? Spread democracy.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Where is she? There she is. Swap you out. Oh, no. That one. Thank you. Yeah. The other one that I was thinking of using for this campaign was a, yeah. It's a god. I think it's the god of the worm of the worm that walks. That's the other major threat that I'm thinking of throwing at this campaign.
Allied destroyer joining.
Super Lovecraftian enemy.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldivers.
Uh-oh. Whew. That was a close one.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Automaton facility destroyed.
Alright, where are we going? Oh, okay. Oh, damn. All they've been doing is just fighting right here.
Found something!
That's all they've been fucking doing is fighting around that detector tower. Watch out for the mines.
Sample collected.
That's it. Oh, there's gotta be more than that.
Sending in an eagle.
Nope, I guess not. Okay. Oh, there. Duh.
Rare sample acquired.
You will never destroy our way
Surrounded by the fucking anti-personnel mines. Oop.
Sending in an eagle.
Hang on, S4, I'm coming.
Requesting orbital strike.
Requesting air support. Requesting going down a support weapon.
Outpost cleared. Boom! Target down!
Look at this. Okay.
Rare sample acquired.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Strategy jammer? It should be taken out, because I'm... yeah.
Dropships. Sending in an eagle.
Rare sample acquired.
Yeah, it's taken out, it's just bugged. The map's not clearing it. Oh, sorry, S4. Don't worry, I got this. Oh, never mind. I don't got this. I got the tank, though.
Freedom never sleeps!
Ooh, I thought I was dead. I am just fucking running around like a madman. Dead.
Reinforcing.
Calling in reinforcements. Democracy has landed.
Going down fortifications.
Thank you.
Fuck me.
Team reload.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
It's okay. We're good. We are good.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Yeah, fuck you. Oh, come on, come on, come on. I will blow up every goddamn drop ship that comes my way. Okay, not you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Throwing grenade.
Oh my god, they just keep dropping fucking tanks.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Nope, that didn't take him out.
Calling in orbital strike.
God damn it, I keep forgetting to fucking reload.
Marking location, northeast.
Alright, you called it, I'm going for it.
Reinforcing. Support weapon. Don't need it. Thank you. Got a sample. Reloading. Marking location. Cancel that.
Should I take out that tower? Oh yeah, he's fucking turning. Fuck off. Oh, thank you, sir.
Tagging location. Northeast. Close.
On my way. Engaging. I'll take it.
Sending in an eagle.
Keep liberty.
Get some! Get some!
Phew.
Support weapon. Northwest. Support weapon. West. Never mind. Northeast. Support weapon. Danger. West. Requesting sentry.
Are you kidding me?
Air support.
Oh, reload, reload, reload. Come on. I gotta get that fucking tank, or else it's gonna chew right through the fucking squad. Oh, I didn't even notice. Wasn't even wasn't even paying attention to the contact mines. Wasn't even paying attention. I was trying to find out where the fuck that goddamn enemy is. Okay, there he is.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Got equipment.
Where is it? Come on.
Heavy. South. 50 meters. I'll take it. Reloading. Requesting air support.
Keep liberty.
Alright, yeah.
Requesting orbital.
Okay, so they did get that.
Tagging location. East. Never mind. Objective located. East. Heavy. West. 50 meters.
Forward outpost. Engaging. I'll take it.
Sending in an eagle. Mag's empty.
Thank him for that. Is there a bot fabricator on that fucking hill? I am not seeing one.
Objective located. Southeast. I'll take it.
I am not.
Calling down a sentry.
If there's a bot fabricator, I can punch a fucking hole onto it.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting fortifications.
Calling down a support.
But they don't look like it.
Heavy. West.
Calling in
Close.
orbital strike.
Requesting air support.
from ET3.
My life for super!
Alright, we got this.
Reloading!
50 meters.
Come on, hurry up. There we go.
Engaging terminal.
Fuck off.
New mag! Heavy, on my position.
Supplies.
Objective critical stratagem available. Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Thank you.
Got a sample. Supplies. I got the terminal.
There we go.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Ah. Reloading.
Dropping a pin
Excellent.
east. 200 meters.
Affirmative.
Got that.
I've got you.
Heavy.
Automaton
South.
facility
Close.
destroyed.
Jetpack inbound. Sending in an eagle.
Coming in hot.
Hold position.
Outpost cleared.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Yeah.
Rare sample acquired.
Yeah, I see you.
Requesting orbital strike.
If-
Dropping a pin. East, 100 meters.
Calling down fortifications. Thank you.
Requesting orbital strike.
Orbital strike incoming.
Requesting sentry.
Fuck. Missed that shot.
Sending in an eagle.
Got a sample.
Requesting air support. Box. South. Calling in orbital strike.
Who the... Oh, fuck. There we go.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital strike.
I'll take it.
Northeast. 50 meters.
I will take it. Somebody just cover my ass while I fuck... Oh,
Have a taste of democracy.
while I line this fucking shot up.
New mag.
Northeast. Close.
Take that top turret. Top turret did not come off. Jesus Christ.
Move to reinforcements on the way.
Requesting air support.
Nope.
Calling in reinforcements.
Yeah, ragdoll me. And dead. If only I wore that new Warbond armor to stop flinching.
Point me to the enemy.
Oh my god, they dropped a fucking another one? Oh my god. Yep. And here we go. Ragdoll. Here we go. Yep. Fucking book it. Let's go. And dead. Fucking machine gun chewed me. This is it. This is the end. Up. And the host has rage quit or disconnected. Because now I am the commanding officer.
Outpost destroyed.
Requesting fortifications. Requesting advanced weaponry.
What system do I run for 5e Kai? Just standard 5e. It's all in person. And that's it. Mission failed.
Democracy raises the sword of vengeance.
Ah yes, disappointing service. So this whole op is now over. Yeah, the only problem I have with so when I was a wee lad, this is my ship? Yes, it is my ship, damn. But when I was a wee lad and I was playing D&D, I'm gonna hop off. So, when I was a wee lad playing D&D, and this was, oh god, I'm old, 21 years ago now. So when I was like 14, I had the Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide, and then the Monster Manual. I don't think I had Volume 2 of the Monster Manual yet. But I had the second Player's Handbook. So I had 4 books. That's all I had at the start. And I didn't get new books for, I want to say 2 years? Easy. Easy enough. I bring my little miniature for my character. I bring a handful of monsters that I would be hosting in the adventure that day, or that I thought would be kind of in theme with what they were doing. So like, oh, they're in the Underdark. Bring some drow. Bring some giant spiders, oozes, some slimes, myconoids or myconoids, stuff like that. So I had a big gallon Ziploc baggie full of miniatures. I had player miniatures. I brought my dice bag, 4 books. All fit in a backpack. 5e, though, has now made it a fucking necessity for a DM to own. You don't need them all. I will say that right out the gate. You can have the standard 3, the Holy Trinity, Dungeon Master's Guide, Player's Handbook, Monster Manual. But say your character goes, I want to be, I don't know, a Dhampir. Then you're going to need Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. Or say, oh, I want to do this kind of character. Okay, well then I'm going to need Volo's Guide to Monsters. Or I'm going to need Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Monsters of the Multiverse is a must now because they've completely restatted all races. Gonna have to need that if you're running the game. Fizban's Treasury of Dragons, Fizban's. I don't have that book. It's fucking impossible to find. It's the Giants book. I literally had to buy all these books because they are DM specific books. They give me monster stats, they give me character stats. Like, I'm gonna need them because they give you character classes, they give you magic items, they give you monsters, new spells, new items that the players can buy or use or craft. Uh, Campaign setting ideas and like, oh, you can use this in this campaign setting, or if you're gonna run uh, horror, like a very horror fucking centric or horror focused one, you're gonna need the Ravenloft guidebooks. I also bought the big fucking coffin box, Curse of Strahd revamped, and that came with, thankfully for the amount I fucking paid for the damn thing, it came with all kinds of maps, character or player notes, so like little notes or letters that Strahd writes that the players can find and read. Um, a tarot card deck came with that, but it's like, so I've got I've got 9 books. With the 3 main books, I bought the pack, like the 3-pack that came with the DM's guide. I never really use a DM's guide, but then that's 9 books I have to bring to a fucking game night for D&D because one of the characters is a oh god, what's the fucking name? It's like the first time. That's a reborn. I think that's what it is. Basically, they died and they came back to life through mad scientist shenanigans. They're like a Frankenstein's monster. So I've got 9 books. One of them is a necessity because I don't play with those characters. I haven't really delved into the Ravenloft aspects, like with the character classes and the races that you can play. So I need those. Uh, Multiple dice. I have a whole dice trays full of dice bags. I think it's like 8 dice bags I have. One of them is the dice bag I got when I was a wee lad, which was a Scrabble bag, because we had, for some reason, the set of Scrabble we had came with 2 bags. So I took one and I just filled it with all my dice, and it's just been collecting more and more loose dice that I have. So like if I have a whole set of dice and I lose um, like a D4 or a D6 and I lose it, I just toss the rest of the set into that bag and I get a new set. Um, all the miniatures, then character sheets because I have the pamphlet with all their character sheets, notes because had nobody's note keeper yet. That's going to be a thing. We're doing like a tutorial. I always run the same adventure for a party of players who've never played D&D before. So I can run it smoothly. They go through the little tutorial area and then I go, "Okay, the world's opened up now. Do whatever you want." But one person is a chronicler, so they can write down notes as to what's going on in the game, so they can help refresh not just me, not just the other players, but me. Somebody is a cartographer. They can draw the maps, or they can use the map and write it down. Uh, I have not used a Crown Royale bag. I've got a leather pouch bag that I can turn inside out to turn into a cup, like a dice cup. And then I've got my leather-bound dice tray. Yeah, Reborn. It's not really, but like the Reborn's not really that big of a deal, I guess, but it's increase one ability score by 2, increase a different one by 1, or increase 3 by 1. If you're replacing your race with this lineage, it is a lineage. Replace any ability score increase you previously had with this. Because you could feasibly die and just come back the same character but reborn, so you're kind of undead. Um, you have to be medium or small. You choose the size when you gain this lineage. Ancestral Legacy. If you replace a race with this lineage, you keep the following elements of that race. Skill proficiencies, climbing, flying, swimming speeds. If you don't keep any of these elements, or you choose this lineage at character creation, you gain proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. Deathless Nature. You have escaped death, a fact represented by the following benefits. Advantage on saving throws against disease, being poisoned, and you have resistance to poison damage. You have advantage on death saving throws. You don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. You don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep. You can finish a long rest in 4 hours if you spend those 4 in an inactive, motionless state during which you retain consciousness. And then, when you make it knowledge from a past life, you temporarily remember glimpses of the past, perhaps faded memories from ages ago or a previous life. You can roll a d6 immediately after seeing the number on the d20 and add that number on the d6 to the check. You can use this equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all of it after a long rest. And then you've got lost memories. You can roll a d6 for randomness, or you can just pick, and then your origin's a d8, and then that's it. But they were like, oh yeah, my character died, and they came back through blood magic, and so they kind of remember who they are, but not really, because they were looking at the Reborn, and they're like, oh, okay, but like this seems like I died like centuries ago. I wanted it to be like I died like a couple years ago, and I just got brought back, like roughly within like 2-3 weeks. Like they couldn't afford or have the resources to use like a resurrection spell, and so they went to some witch, like bog witch, and used blood magic to bring me back, and they sacrificed themselves to bring me back. And so I was like, okay, works for me. But it's like, holy fuck, I've got to bring a giant ass fucking bag just to bring all this shit up. Because the youngest player we have is 11 or 12. He's my youngest cousin that wants to play. He's like super into like wanting to play. Like the first, I will say, all the players haven't played D&D, but they are perfectly role playing their characters, and they don't even know it. Because you get like because you've played D&D and Sten's played D&D, so I so the problem with PDFs and tablets that I have are, with the book, I have the physicalness of it. I can turn the pages. I know which numbers to go to. With a tablet, one, I have to fully charge it, and two, usually, because this happens to my phone a lot, like a lot, is when I'm playing D&D, uh, my phone just eats. The battery life just gets eaten up with PDFs. Because I'll have 2 or 3 PDFs opened up. I'll have like the monster manual opened up to whatever creatures they're fighting. I'll have the Dungeon Master's Guide up, and then if I were using a module that I'm loosely going off of, I'll have that opened up. And 3 hours in, my battery's gone from like 90% to fucking 20%, and then around 50%, it goes, "Oh hey, you know how you have it brightened up so you can actually read it quickly, like look down then look back up so you can continue talking? Yeah, I'm gonna dim it now so that you're like, oh okay, so the bugbear gets angry and does this, and it's like, oh okay, so break my flow. Well, I'm saying that you've played D&D Sten with first timers where everybody's kind of awkward in like the role playing where they're like, so can I do this? Or like they'll be like, oh one of the characters that I've seen many a time at a table is, I'm the dark edgy rogue, and I'm sitting in the dark corner of the tavern while the rest of the players are actually interacting. And it's like, okay. And so like the party's like, oh hey, there's that suspicious, edgy looking Linkin Park fan sitting in the corner. And so they go over to talk to him, and he's like, epic one liner. And then he sees that like it falls flat, and so they'll be like, can I? Oh, I know. Can we go back and because I know what I really want to say. Like this is what I actually want to say. It's like that. They're kind of like that right now, where they're like, they don't know how to role play. Like they just don't know, but like at the same time, like they're intrinsically getting into role playing. Like I'll give you an example. So the party consists of a half orc monk who is my cousin's father. He's playing. Like his son has roped him into playing. He's a half orc monk. Uh, his son is playing a human wizard. Uh, his stepson is playing I think it's a half elf rogue. Heck, actually, hang on. I have their character sheets. Why do I have to fucking try and remember? The man who's going to be hosting a D&D game 2 days from now can't remember his own party's character build up. If I can get the fucking, hang on. I've got so much fucking board games on my bookshelf. It's hard to fucking pull this shit out. There we go. I have to pull fucking shit out just to have some openings. All right. Which one is it? Is it this one? Is it this one? No, that's Fighter Champion. No. Okay. That's not the one. Their pamphlet of character sheets has to be. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have a Wood Elf Druid, Dark Elf Rogue, a Half Orc Monk, a Half Elf Wizard. That's what he's playing, and a Human Paladin, and the other one is a Tiefling Druid. So that's the scene. That is the scene. We have a bunch of wacky characters who. So the half elf wizard decides, I want to find treasure. I want to find magical artifacts. Decides to walk around town with his father walking behind him, babysitting him, and he's like, I want to find magical items. Tell me where there's magical items. And the half orcs just constantly going, you really think these peasants are going to just know where there's magical artifacts? Really? Really? You really think that this farmer that you're talking to is going to be like, I know where there's a magical sword somewhere? And so they're like, oh well, the villagers are like, oh well, there's a magic guy. Like we got an old wizened sage that lives like a couple miles out of town. He might know where there's stuff. I don't. And so he's like, all right, we're gonna go that way. And so him, the half orc monk, the drow rogue, the half elf druid or the wood elf druid, and yeah, it was just them. It was just them at first. They decide we're gonna head out of town. The tiefling druid, in her infinite wisdom, decides I'm going to stealth and try and eavesdrop on what they're talking about the whole time. Like for the first hour of session 0, she's sneaking around and skulking and trying to be totally just blended into the crowds. And then they come across a guard tower, and what do they decide to do? The rogue that goes, I'm going to go see what's inside there. And immediately opens up the door to a butchered fucking guard. And the half orc monk is like, "Yeah, fuck this. I'm out. I'm not going to stay here much longer." And then the town guard comes because they're trying to shift guard duty, and now you have 4 characters in a murder scene. And the half orc monk just, whoa, 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 whoa. He explains the whole situation. He's like, we just walked in here because these 2 idiots decided, hey, I want to see what's going on in this tower, this watchtower. Like, you can see there's no blood on us, no nothing. Relax. Um, Further on into the adventure, they help. They're trying to solve the murder because they found a secret door. Uh, 3 of them decide to go down into the secret tunnel behind the secret door, which are everybody but the 2 druids. The other druid decides to show herself, and she's like, "Hey, I will help." Because she kind of realized, oh shit, I've been skulking around in like a bush outside of this watchtower. I'm hearing them make backroom deals with the guards. Like, I'll pay you 50 gold to find the murderer. You guys can have some rations and supplies to go down this fucking dark, dank tunnel that's somehow behind this wall. Okay, I want in on this. But they go down, the first 3, pitch black, and the half elf's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to the giant narrow tunnel, and I'm gonna just skulk around and see what's going on." So I'm like, "Okay, well, and I roll a random dice encounter, and there's piercers, little stalactites that are on the fucking ceiling." I was like, "Yeah, one drops in front of you," and immediately he just yells, "I cast firebolt." I was like, "Yeah, all right." And he's like, "I can do that?" I'm like, "Well, why are you doing it?" He's like, "Well, something just fell in front of me and I'm scared. I'm going to just point my finger at whatever just fell in front of me and blast it." I'm like, wow, he's actually just instinctively role-playing. Okay, this character is kind of a ditz. All right, yeah, I'll allow it. Yep, you fire it. It makes a loud crack, and look at that. You just woke up like a whole mess of them. But like they're getting into they started getting into the groove. Um, 2 of the play. Oh yeah, that's right. 2 of the players didn't come for session 0 because they were sick. So we're gonna have them too. Damn, I'm gonna have to try and figure out how to fucking. No, I could worm them in. I could worm them in. But like, I like how they're actually starting to get into the swing of things. It's been nice. There's no bad blood. Everybody's helpful with each other. Everybody's asking questions. My God, I fucking love players who either don't have enough experience with D&D for like the deeper lore mechanics of the game, and for just newcomers. Ask questions. Ask as many questions as you want. I live to answer questions. Can I do this? Can I do that? What are the consequences if I try something like this? Like the rogue was like, "Oh, we have lanterns. The guards gave us lanterns. I have a lantern here. I can see in the dark." I think the half elf chose. Yeah, I think he has dark vision, but it's not as far. What was it? I forgot what it was. One of them had trouble not being able to see. I think it was one of the druids. They were like, "Oh, well, I have bad eyesight. Is it okay if I have bad eyesight?" I was like, "Okay." And so they've been helping this person, one of the players that has bad eyesight. And the rogue was like, "Okay, well, I have this lantern. I don't need it, but they gave us a couple oil flasks of lantern fuel. Can I throw it and catch it on fire?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's flammable. It's a flammable source of, like, it's a flask of flammable fluid. Of course you can throw it." He's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah. If you think of," and I was telling him, if you can think of something to do, like if you were thrusted into a situation like that and you had to do something and you had the tools that you have available to you, what would you do?" And he's like, "Oh, okay." So, like, later on, they were dealing with some goblins, and there was a big stone that was loose on a cliff underground, and he was like, I call over the monk," and so he said his name. Um, they also are doing something that's incredibly surprising, where they're all calling each other by their characters' names. They're not going like, "Oh, Dad, can you come over here and help me?" They're all like, "Oh, Ragnar, can you come over here and help me push this boulder and let it fall on, like, splat those goblins below us?" Like, they're all using their characters' names. They're all actually thinking and trying to think outside the box. They're actually going at it strategically. They're not true murder hobos yet. The half elf wizard is a total murder hobo because he's tried to kill everything on sight. So I applaud him for being the murder hobo of the party. But everybody else is trying to, like, temper him and be like, let's talk it out. If we have to fight, we'll fight, but let's try and talk. Let's try and be diplomatic, please. For once, don't try and firebolt something. So, Saturday they're going to be dealing with bugbears and skeletons. I know that, and I can't wait to see how they react to that. And then after that, once they're out of there, I've got to see which one's going to be writing notes down and who's going to be doing mapping. And we're not into it to the point where, like, people are like, "Okay, I'm going to try and, like, make enterprises," because that's another thing I've seen players do where they're like, I want to own a shop. Like, I want to build a Smithy Inn hybrid. And then I have to deal with, okay, well, somebody's going to have to start, like, they hoard everything that they collect. And so they go back to, like, their base of operations. Like, they buy a house in town, and they're like, "Okay, well, we're gonna throw all our shit in here," and somebody has to write down and be an inventory manager. That's the thing, though, Sten. He actively, and I will grant him this, because from what my cousin, his mother, has said, uh, this is probably one of the few times she's actually seen him reading and doing math and finding it fun. He read through all the spells. Everybody, everybody. His father was helping him make his character sheet, and even he was like, "You don't want one of these utility spells, like, to charm something or to put something to sleep?" He's like, "No, I want to kill." And I was like, "Oh boy." Actually, let me see what his alignment is. The Wood Elf Druid is chaotic neutral. The Dark Elf Rogue is chaotic neutral. The Half Orc Monk is neutral good. The Paladin is lawful neutral. And then the Wizard, the Half Elf Wizard, is chaotic good. He took Acid Splash, Sword Burst, um, Firebolt, Toll the Dead. What? Toll the Dead. His first two level spells, or his two first level spells are Thunder Wave and Ice Knife. Oh, that was the other thing. That was the other thing I liked. Because he got spooked a second time with the goblins, because the goblins stealth really well, and so him, the monk, and the rogue, and then way behind them were the two druids that were lagging behind. But he decided to go front, even though everybody kept telling him, like, you're a wizard and you're pretty young and you're pretty squishy, you're probably gonna get killed. And he's like, no, I'm fine. I can see pretty good. If you guys see something, you'll tell me. And a goblin jumped out and went raggle fraggle because it was going to attack him, and he instinctively just blurted out, "I cast Thunder Wave." And so he's like, I slammed my hands together, and so he made even more noise in this deep dank cavern, and alerted the rest of the goblins to, hey, this is where we are. Oh yeah, definitely a war wizard. Definitely. He's already talking about how he can't wait for uh, he can't wait to get lightning bolt and fireball. He can't wait for magic missile. He wanted to pick magic missile, but ice knife sounded too cool to pass up, and thunder wave because, well, I can deafen people. And that was the other thing, was he forgot that the two people behind him are like 5-10 feet behind him, so they also have to roll saves or be deafened. And the rogue failed, so he popped his fucking eardrums, and so he had to write on a little piece of paper that he had in his book, "Sorry," because I was like, yeah, all you hear is ringing. You can't hear anything for like the next 5-10 minutes. And he's like, "Sorry, sorry, I deafened you because a goblin scared me." Too much. Too fucking much. I'm telling you. It's also because the last few games I've hosted or played in, I've been like mentally drained, because there's like I talked about it a while ago in one of I think like a couple months back when I did a stream where I was talking about, like, I had some really bad fucking plays in the campaign. Like, the campaign just collapsed because everybody just became mentally exhausted. But like this one, just it was like, I'm 14 again and I'm playing D&D. This is the greatest experience ever. Everybody was having fun. Everybody was fucking friendly. Everybody was helpful. They were asking questions. They were role playing. They were fucking just everything perfect that could happen happened. Yeah. Like I don't have to sit there and be like, "Oh boy, the barbarians just murdering for the sake of murdering cuz that's in his character. Oh boy, how do I get him out of this cuz he murdered two bar patrons because he had to use his rage because the guy he was arm wrestling was just too strong. How am I getting him out of jail?" And now two of the players are trying some kind of underhanded scheme. And then at the end of the day, at the end of the session, I'm like, okay, that's a wrap. Haha, this was great. And then I'm like, oh my god, it's a slog. This was such a slog. And then dreading going back the next week or 2 weeks from now to play. And it's like, oh yeah, that's right. I mentally blocked out having to fucking do anything with that campaign, and now I gotta fucking speed rush it. Great. But this, it's like, oh yeah, I want to fucking work on the lore as best I can, get as much of it out so that like they can all look at it when like we have a like downtime. Like we have a bathroom break, or we're eating pizza, or having something to eat, or I have a cigarette break for like 10 minutes so I can like rest my throat because I'm talking all the time because I'm DM. That was the other thing. Like the youngest one of the group was like, "Is it hard to be a DM?" And I'm like, "It's a mixed bag. It could be like it can be really hard sometimes, but then other times it could be like a cakewalk." And he's like, "Oh, so you have to do all the math?" I'm like, "Yeah, there's a lot of math involved. A lot more math than a player. The player's only got their sheet. I've got to micromanage all the other stuff." He's like, "Oh." And then like I think it was right after the goblins, I was like, "And we're gonna take a 20-minute break." And he's like, "What? Why?" And his father just looked at him and he's like, "The man just talked for 2 hours straight, nonstop. He barely had a sip of his drink. I think he just wants to sit here and relax and just enjoy his drink and soothe his poor fucking vocal cords." He's made like 30 different voices for different characters we've met. You gotta give the man some slack. Plus, there's pizza, dude. We gotta eat something. That was also fun. Was when we left on the cliffhanger, he was all upset because we started playing at 2. It was 1 o'clock or 2. We had to make their character sheets for 4 of them, 4 of the 5. I had to help our 5th character because she had made her character prior, but she didn't know like the intricacies, so passive perception, how much gold she gets as a character. She didn't understand the wording around the equipment for like A and B. Like she was like, I take both? Do I take one? I was like, you pick one or the other, and then you have like a whole list of things A or B. The traits and personalities, flaws and bonds. But we started actually playing the campaign, I want to say like an hour and a half later. So like maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock, and we didn't stop. We didn't stop until 9, and that was only because it was on a Sunday, and 2 of the players had school. And I was like, oh shit, that's right. Tomorrow, like tonight's a school night essentially. They have school in the morning. Okay, so we're gonna end on this cliffhanger, and he was like, "What? Why can't we keep playing? Is that it? Are we done?" I'm like, "No. Like, we're gonna pick up we still have half the adventure, dude. Like, well, next time we play, we're going right back into where we are." And he's like, "Oh, so we can just stop whenever we want?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. You're gonna be playing." And so for like the last month and a half, he's been hounding my aunt, who's been hosting it. She's like, "Hey, he just wants to know when you're open to play D&D." I'm like, whenever he wants to play D&D. If everybody else has the day off, we'll play. And so this Saturday, hopefully we're gonna try and make it because winter's coming. So some of the kids that are playing, they're not gonna have work. So there'll be more availability to do it once a month. That way we're not like missing whole gaps because honestly, I know the basic gist of what they did at the end, but I looked at my girlfriend because she's playing too, and I'm like, did they encounter the bugbears yet? Like, did you guys fight bugbears yet? I can't remember if you guys fought bugbears yet. She's like, I don't know if we fought bugbears yet. And she's like, beats me. I'm like, somebody's gonna remember if they encountered bugbears, because I remember everything else. It's just that cliffhanger. I totally forgot to fucking write down in my notes. Beware the White Walkers indeed, Sten, for I have my own homebrewed version of White Walkers for the campaign setting. I do know my brother will be playing with his wife. they want to come too, and that'll bump up the player count from uh, 8 to 10, and that's like who. But my brother made a character many, many moons ago for the campaign that I hosted at my girlfriend's family's house. And surprisingly, because my brother is not a D&D player per se, because when he started playing, oh Christ, I was 14 when I started playing. He would have been 12, just turning 12. So you've got a 12-year-old hyperactive skateboarder playing D&D with his nerdier older brother. Doesn't know anything about it. Does not like math or thinking outside the box or any of that. Doesn't like the idea of role playing. He was just like, it's a game where I can be whatever I want. I can kill monsters and I can be like the hero. The max player count I have ever had, Kai, was 14, and it was during high school in Games Club. We had Tuesdays and Thursdays were Games Club after school. I made it. Uh, I had one group of 7 on one side of the continent go on Tuesdays, and Thursdays were another 7. And slowly but surely, they started to get closer and closer, and both groups realized that there was another uh, super famous adventuring group, and so both groups were like, we have to fucking meet these people, because they started to have like a rivalry to try and one up each other, and then they all came together, and so Tuesdays and Thursdays I had 14 players at a table. That was fun. No co-DMs. Surprisingly, I am the forever DM. Nobody else wants to DM with me. There's been a few times where I've had players who were rules lawyers, where they'd be like, "Oh, hey, you can't do," like they would chime in before I could say anything, because I'd be like in the middle of doing my DMing, and they'd be like, "Oh no, you can't do that, because like if you do, like your character can't do this because of certain stats or like stuff like that." But no co-DMing. Um, no pet NPCs. No pet NPCs. I will never have pet NPCs. I will say this. I did it one time, but it was my character from the previous campaign, and he had become king. That was it. And he died. I fucking killed his ass. I wasn't like, "Oh yeah." So my character comes in and just fucking one shots the BBG. We had an official games club stand in middle school, and it was just mostly board games. So Catan, Yu-Gi-Oh, shows you how old I am. Fucking, um, what was the other? Oh, Munchkin. There was a lot of people playing Munchkin and Yu-Gi-Oh. The teacher that was hosting Games Club played Magic the Gathering, and no word of a lie, had a fucking suitcase that he would bring to work, and he had 2 tournament legal decks that he would bring to tournaments around the local area, and he would play people in Magic and beat the shit out of them because he was that good at it. Um, and then in high school, they didn't have clubs like that, and so we talked to the librarian, and they were like, "Oh, well, the library's open after school," because we'd get out of school at 2, 2:15, so 2:15, around 2:15, and the library would close at 6. So we would have to leave the library at 6. So that gave us like 3.5 hours of playtime. And so we would just after school on Tuesdays, Thursdays, we'd all grab our shit and just walk into the library, sit down, and just play. And they're like, as long as you're not being raucous and loud and hooting and hollering and just obeying the rules of the library, you guys can do whatever you want. So we'd go there. Um, oh God, what's the fucking name of the website? I want to see if they still have it, because this shows you how hard up some of the players were. Oh, please, for the love of God. It was like really super basic D&D character generator. Uh, can I find it? Wasn't Don John. Fuck. I don't know what it was. Um, maybe old? No, not old. God, I can't remember because now when I look it up, I'm not gonna get the actual website that I'm thinking of. But like it was like a questionnaire. In essence, it was a questionnaire. So you'd be like, okay, well, what are your stats? You put your stats in, and then you would click check mark off equipment, and then and then they print up their character sheets because uh, we could use the school's computers and printers while in the library, and I tried to photocopy at home. I had parchment paper, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be one of those really cool DMs with the parchment paper character sheets, and then people were using pen, and I would tell them beforehand, like, well, pen is for your character's name and like a few things. So like your race, your first class. If you are dead set on being this class, I will allow you to write that in ink. No to the alignment because we don't know what's going to happen with your character. But like only a few select things can be put in ink, and they would just draw. They would just write everything in ink, and then to be like, oh, I wrote 50 gold pieces in my gold pieces slot, and I have 100 gold now. So can I have a new character sheet so I can put the new number in? I'm like, no. And so I had to make a new rule where I was like, I am not printing out fucking character sheets on parchment paper anymore. That's for the players who actually use pencil. You had like a three-strike system. So they started going on this website and printing it out, and it'd be like 13 sheets long because it was just like numbers and numbers and numbers everywhere. I will say we had on two occasions in my high school games club. Uh, there was a guidance counselor. He was like best buds with my brother because he worked at both high school and middle school. And he came in. I think he was looking for a book for his class that he was going to be in. But he was like, "Oh shit!" And he walks over and he's like, "What edition?" And I looked up at him. I was like, "Oh, 3.5." He's like, "Oh wow." And he grabs one of the characters off the table and he's like, I remember when I had to buy these and they were pewter. So much better to have them plastic." Puts it down and he goes, "You guys have fun now." And just walked off. I was like, damn. Motherfucker was buying pewter fucking characters and then having to fucking hand paint them if he actually painted them. And then the other teacher we saw who actually played D&D came in and he was like, he grabbed think it was the D4 or D6. No, I think it was a D4 or D8, and he was like, "Did you paint them? Like, did you paint like like the numbers in?" And I was like, "No, they come like that." He's like, "I remember having a box set, and it came with a crayon, and you had to fill in the numbers, and all the dice were white." He's like, "Man, you guys have it easy," and he just walked off, and I was like, "Son of a bitch, what a barbaric time for D&D." Yeah, you can fill in you can fill in the number. Here's a crayon. Just done. All set. I was like, damn, man. Thank God I never had that shit. And this is coming from a guy who, for Christmas, his first D&D box set was second AD&D. Because I was like, Thaco, to hit armor class 0. And so I learned Thaco, and I was like, okay, so the lower the number, the higher their armor is. The higher the armor number, the lower it is. And then immediately my father, like a month after fucking Christmas, buys me the black basic box set for 3.5. And it's completely different rules, and now I'm sitting here going, what? Like all pre-generated character sheets for second edition characters, and like how their races are different, and the leveling system is different. So like a couple characters would be leveling up faster than other characters, and so I thought, okay, so wizards level up slower than fighters up into a point. Okay, makes sense. Um, I wanted to play Rifts. This is going back like a decade ago. One of my friends on Skype wanted to host a Rifts game, and I had known about a couple, like a couple lore tidbits of the game. Like I know I think it's in Rifts where there's a supercomputer with like a little boy or whatever, or a guy with the mind of a child, like he's slow, and it's in like the Washington D.C. area. Um, Glitter Boys, the giant mechs that can like destroy shit. Uh, D6 Star Wars I've played. Warhammer Fantasy. When I played Warhammer Fantasy, I had chosen to be a hunter because I have a big heart up for fucking rangers. Love them. So I was like, okay, so I'm a woodsman. And what was it? What the fuck? Oh, the wizard. So the wizard casted a spell, fucking bungled it, and warp shenanigans happened, and the wizard, and the guy next to the wizard and me fucking exploded in a squalor of gore. And I just looked at the DM, and I was like, I'm dead? And he's like, yep, you're dead. Roll up a new character sheet. And I was all upset because I was like, I made my character with a backstory, and I spent so much time trying to get the right, like, everything perfect. I just die because the fucking wizard. Yep, that's Warhammer. Welcome to Warhammer. And then that's where my love of Warhammer came. Where, oh yeah, boom. This is why spellcasters are hated by all of people in Warhammer. Uh, what was the other time? Uh, I I want to play Burning Wheel, but I can't play Burning Wheel because it's too goddamn complicated for most players. I've played Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy. Not Dark Heresy. Fuck, what was it? It's not Rogue Trader. Is it Dark? No, Death Watch. How the fuck did I forget Death Watch? Because it's off of the... Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. Alright, yeah, I was right. It's Dark Heresy. Fucking, the video game, the shooters got me all fucking confused. I played Death Watch, though. Because that's the one that you could play as Space Marines. And I went to the game master, and I was like, I want to, because I love me Space Marines, and I love me the Death Watch, but hear me out. Let me play an Alpha Legion operative. And he was like, do you know what that means? And I was like, oh yeah, like I've been reading some books. I've been looking on the Wikipedia. I've been diving deep into the Warhammer lore. And he's like, okay, I'll allow it. And so we dealt with we were dealing with Tyranids. We went into a nest, and the whole objective was, I want to murder my whole team so that I can do my fucking stupid Alpha Legion bullshit by like going, oh well, they died, so now I have to be the captain of this Death Watch team, and so then I can go down to planets and be like, oh yeah, these guys are totally Xenos. It's all illusions. Murder the fucking poor people of the Empire or the Imperium. Kill these innocents so that my homeboys can come in and fucking do their chaos bullshit. And so we went into the nest, and I was okay. I was fine. I was being a good Death Watch member. I was being a good chapter brother. I was killing the Tyranids. I was purging the Xenos, and one of them died because of the Tyranids. Okay, that's one less guy I have to fight. All right. And then one guy got crippled, and we had to plant a bomb. And so we were like, okay, brother, you're going to stay here and die with the bomb and have an oorah final stand? And he's like, yes, leave, get to the Thunderhawk. And I was like, okay. And so we start walking out, and as soon as we get out of the fucking nest, I was like, I pull out my bolter pistol, and I shoot him in the back of the fucking head. And so I had to do the rolls, and he got half of his head blown off. Still okay, like he could still function, and he turned around just long enough for me to go, I am Alfarius. And then I killed him, took his the Vox, and I just radioed in like, oh, all hands lost. I'm the only one. Come to these coordinates now, quick. The bomb went off perfectly. That guy was shooting and killing Tyranids, just unknowing that he had a fucking Alpha Legionnaire just amongst his ranks, plotting to murder. And I was like, this was awesome. I fucking love this game. And then the next time I tried doing something like that with the same campaign, I got caught and I was brutally murdered by two of them. One of them with a power axe. And it's like, it was a nice run. I almost went through a second mission. What was another one that I like that I don't get to play? Let's see. You know what? I'll just tell you what I have on my bookshelf right now. So I have my 3.5 books. I have my 5th edition. I have the abysmal red box reprint 4th edition box. That was a lie. Wizards of the Coast still owes me money for that. Star Wars D20 role playing, D20 Modern, Cyberpunk 2077. I have the One Ring with I think it's the Zero Engine mechanics by Free Lagan. I think that's how you pronounce their name. I have their Twilight 2000 remake. I have their Alien RPG. That's a good. I do like the Alien RPG. That's fucking. I love the mechanics in that. And then I have the Blade Runner that they did. That one I want to play, but I don't know. Yes, the gold and black Darth Vader covered one. I do want to. I've been wanting to get Edge of the Empire for the longest time because I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I'm running out of room on my bookshelf. I have too many board games and too many role-playing games as it is. Um, I did want to get Call of Cthulhu. I've played in a couple games of that. Um, what else did I have? I forgot. There was one other one. Oh, Edge of the Empire. See, like I was hearing good things about Edge of the Empire and Age of the Rebellion because you're just a random schmuck. You're not Jedi or anything like that. You can be a bounty hunter, a smuggler, an ace pilot, and then everybody that I've ever talked to, uh, I think I might have Mothership. Let me see the cover because I have like a whole fucking box of like old ass shit from my uncle. Yeah, I think I have that. With is it Star Frontiers? Yeah, yeah, it has to be. I must have. I think just from that cover, I think I have Mothership because he gave me Star Frontiers. That's an old motherfucking game. That's 85, but I think I have his because I think he ordered it because he used to play D&D when he was a kid back in the 80s because he had all the boxes. He had black box, gold box, blue, red, I think white. He had like all the box sets, but he gave me fucking Star Frontiers, and that has like Bat Monkey, aliens, weird like amoeba people. There's a group of fucking ants that you can play as, and like your enemy is like worms. Yeah, all right then. Yeah, I have Mothership. Also Traveler. I think it's called Traveler. That was another one he had. I have a bunch of his second edition books. What was the Dark Sun? I have an old copy of Dark Sun. That's a campaign setting that I was very annoyed that the big multiversal hopping adventure module they just did with Vecna, Eve of Ruin or whatever. Uh, Me and my coworker Josh were looking at it because they have Venger from the fucking animated series in it as a villain. And I was like, holy shit, they're bringing the animated D&D characters into canon, like officially. They have Dragonlance. They had Ravenloft, Eberron, no Dark Sun. I was like, because you have to go to different alternate realities to get the pieces of the rod to defeat Vecna. And I was like, Dark Sun. What great campaign setting would it be to just have random players hop into? And Dark Sun, the literal Fallout version of D&D, where the fucking seas were boiled into salt. Magic is almost basically nigh non-existent. The gods don't answer anybody's calls or prayers. Everybody's like basically tribal fucking raiders. It's Mad Max. That'd be great. Nope, we'll bring Spelljammer back and Planescape and Dragonlance, and we'll bring the D&D characters back in from the animated series. Uh, Mutant Chronicles I played. Because my buddy was trying to do. He was trying to make his own Fallout pen and paper game, and he had done like a whole bunch of like he had gotten like half of a rule book done, and then I ruined it by going like, you do know there's like Mutant Chronicles, right? And what was the other one? I think it's Year Zero by the same people that I have for like 8 of my fucking pen and paper games. That's basically Fallout. And he was like, "Oh." I was like, "Oh yeah, like D20 Modern has an apocalypse setting where it's basically Fallout, but with aliens. They're like shrimp, like they're evil alien shrimp." And I was like, "Yeah, they got like the Mr. Handies. They've got fucking all kinds of stuff, and then you get like the big super mutants." I consider when I read Rifts, I was like, this is Fallout but with magic, because it's like, oh, you got the Glitter Boys, and they're basically like the T-51B armor, but like on steroids. Um, Mutant Chronicles, I believe. Let me see the cover. Yeah, like when I see the cover and I see like the guy with the stitched up face, I just see a ghoul. It just screams ghoul. Oh god, that's right. They made a fucking movie with Ron Perlman and Thomas Jane. But like I remember distinctly seeing artwork from the book because I think it was my friend Matt who had it. Yeah, I can see that. But like the mutants that I remember seeing in the artwork, like they had like the belts and the straps holding their face up and stuff. That's just because I was playing Fallout 2 at the time, and that just screamed like super mutant. And he was like, "Oh yeah, like you've got like there's like laser weaponry and fucking you got like mutants, and like, you have like these factions." And I was like, it sounds like Fallout, but to an extent. And then I started seeing more photos, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's like I'm seeing the Warhammer vibe to it. Uh, I do know that Fallout has made an a tabletop RPG, which I find it just eh. I've only read reviews of it, and I've watched like a couple like videos like playing it, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. There's plenty of good like systems that you can just do a fucking Fallout in. The Blade Runner game. Uh, I want to play it, but the thing that I've been really apprehensive about is that the rule book states that the best party loadout, like the maximum number of players that you should have in your group, is 4. The whole game is centered. It's after the first Blade Runner movie and before the new Blade Runner 2049. And memories play a big part of it. They're like a really big part of the mechanics. You can play as a replicant. You can play as a human. But the way, because I have all the story modules and I've read through them, it sounds better if you were to just play with 1 or 2 players. Like like actually just see myself just playing with one other player and just they're Deckard, and then come to find out you're actually a replicant this whole time. Because like if you have 4 players and you're going like, oh, I've got this one memento that like makes me human and I can see all of this, and then you have them because there's like it's not like really a sanity mechanic. What would be the good word for it? Basically, like they start realizing like maybe I'm a replicant and my memories have been implanted and I've just been programmed to think like this. Like I look at that and I'm like that sounds like it's gonna get in the way, like with 4 players, if like 2 people are now thinking I'm a replicant this whole time. And then to have somebody, because there's also the class divide in the game where replicants, I think it's replicants get better stats at the start of the game, but they cost more when they level up to improve their stats. Humans have mediocre stats at start, but they level up faster, and you also get privilege because you're a human. You're not a replicant. And so like the game's kind of leaning you towards like be distrustful of all replicants because there's the Nexus 6. I think it's Nexus 6 and Nexus 7s. And so like it's kind of building it up so that the players are going to be like, "Oh, fuck all replicants. Like I'm going to distrust all replicants. I am a Blade Runner. My whole goal in this game is to track down rogue replicants and retire them." And then you have one that's like, "Oh, hey, I'm part of your team. I'm part of your squad in the police, in the LAPD. I'm a replicant. I'm one of the good ones." Like I watched a podcast of people playing it, and like 2 of the players were just immediately like, I don't trust the third player. He's a replicant. And what was it? Hang on, I'll just grab the goddamn book. I also got it in the nice Kickstarter cover with the holographic front. Uh, I don't see Blade Runner to me. I feel like would be this is why I backed it, because I backed it on Kickstarter and I was like super excited and hyped for its then. Blade Runner sounds like the perfect role playing game for just role playing. Like I love me some Shadowrun. I love Shadowrun because of all the gimmicky builds you can make and the wacky, like you can have samurai blades coming out of your forearms and then casting spells. I love the dark, depressing, gritty cyberpunk of Cyberpunk 2077. But then you've got like the mood. Like Blade Runner is just mood. Like you could just sit there and be like, oh, like I could put on Blade Runner Blues, and people would be like, oh yeah, It's rainy. It's fucking overpopulated as shit. There's the fucking sky. The skimmers are going through the air. I'm drinking a cup of whiskey. I got my ass beat by a fucking replicant. So like you can, and then you can just do, cause like what is it? Because I feel like the game, what the game does is they have themes. Let me go to the page. Yeah, 212. Oh wow, I got one page away. So like it tells you like to set the scene. Get just I will praise this game for just basically going set the mood. Set the mood of Blade Runner. This is a Blade Runner game. It's Blade Runner. Make everything like a gritty like futuristic noir game. But there's like themes, but they don't really touch on the key themes that you're supposed to be throwing into the game. And like the podcast I listened to, not only were they like two of the players already like metagaming, where they were like, we don't like the replicant and we don't trust the replicant, but like the game master didn't set any like themes, but it's not his fault. Oh, no problem, Kai. But there's 5 key themes. There's sci-fi action, character drama, moral conflict, corporate intrigue, and soul searching. Those are the 5 key themes that you have to. It literally says always keep in mind the key themes of Blade Runner outlined in Chapter 1. Every scene of this game should include at least one of these themes, and the adventures are called case files. Each case file should include most of them, if not all of them. So you need to play with high stakes action, thrilling pursuits, and gunshots ringing out in the neon drenched night. That's sci fi action. Character drama. Examine how the player characters and NPCs tick and explore how they come together or lose themselves as countless challenges bring out the best in some, the worst in others. Moral conflict. Explore the inner turmoil to maintain the the player character's empathy, humanity, and moral code against the relentless desires and corruptions of an unsympathetic world. Corporate intrigue. Embroil the player characters in the sinister schemes of industry titans, political puppets, megacorp despots, and crime lords. And then soul searching. Evolve the player characters by making them face the consequences of their actions, forcing them to ask themselves what makes them who they are, what it means to be human. I honestly think the last 3 are the biggest fucking things in Blade Runner. What it means to be human, uh, the player characters grasping at and understanding their humanity, their fucking empathy and like moral code, and then you have the giant megacorps which run the world. Like the sci-fi action, you don't really need sci-fi action. Like I could see players, like if you were to play Sten, I could see you as a Blade Runner following the books and just investigating. And they even say like you can literally play this game and barely any gunfights happen. You could play this and barely have any combat. So I don't understand like why sci-fi action has to be one of those 5 pinnacles that need to be done. And then character drama is just going to happen because the other 3, the moral conflicts, like what it means to be human, um, dealing with the greedy corporations, hating on, like you could start off the game hating replicants. Like, oh, my father was a cop in the LAPD, and I wanted to grow up just like him, and he got murdered by like a Nexus 6 because he thought he was a perp like he was getting the Nexus 6 was getting out of the line, and I didn't know, like he didn't know he was a replicant, and the Nexus 6 killed him because he had super strength, and I hate replicants. And there was no Blade Runner on duty that could take him out, or like the replicant died of old age because his 4-year time span ran out, and nobody ever caught him. And then you have him, like, your character could, if you chose to be that character, your character could slowly become more accepting of, oh wow, they are actually people. It is fucked up that we're basically growing slaves with a 4-year shelf life. Yeah, I can understand why replicants go rogue and they come to Earth, because they have fleeting lives and they're scared, confused. Their memories aren't their own memories. They're just implanted there by a corporation. Like, you could go up to Tyrell and like fucking just choose them out during your investigation and tell them how fucking hypocritical and evil and disgusting they are, knowing that the system's still going to keep going because they're making money and you're just a single cop. Like, all that can work. You don't need to have, oh hey, I'm gonna have an epic shootout going through the Tyrell Corporation's like building to get to this Nexus 6. Like, you could feasibly like talk down the replicant, and like the only time you'd shoot is to retire them. I will say though, they do state splitting up the party is a bad idea, and if you have to split up the party, don't fucking drag out scenes, because you've got other players waiting to play the game. They're not here to watch you play with other people. What was the other thing that I really liked? Oh, right here. Inform the players. Like, I will say, some of these things, like when you're playing the scene by scene, because like everywhere you go is a scene. You're supposed to play this out like a movie. So, inform the players. Sometimes players can be hesitant to leave a scene, especially one that is focused on investigation, fearing they might have missed some key piece of information that is vital for their case. In such a case, you are fine to state directly to the players that there are no more useful information bits that can be found here right now, and they can move on. Like, they got all the breadcrumbs. You can tell them there's no more breadcrumbs. We can move on. Like, they're trying to tell the GM, like, you don't need to drag out everything. This game doesn't have to be 4-hour session of we searched one apartment room, or apartment, like just an apartment. What was the other thing that I was like, okay, that's kind of eh. Oh, countdowns. So each case file has a countdown. Certain key events will occur during the investigation unconnected to where the PCs go and what they do. The countdown has a timer that indicates what shift, which is like a certain time of day, each countdown event will occur in. The pace of the countdown is modified by the number of players in your group, as a larger group will be able to split up and visit more locations in a shorter period of time. I don't like that. Kind of. Like, I when I play D&D and host D&D, there are things happening outside of the player's control, like normal life. People are doing their jobs. They're not just T-posing off in the distance waiting to be rendered as the players get closer to that area. They're not loading in a new city and now the city comes to life. The stuff that's happening in the city happens all the time. But for you to be like, oh well, there's a countdown to the key events that like the players will miss if they don't go to these certain places in like a set amount of time, eh. Like maybe one or two times I could do that. Like, oh hey, this replicant killed this guy that had like vital information. Like maybe he's the one that like who was part of the like the charter that like the space charter that flew them in and smuggled them into LA. Okay, that makes sense. Now like there's a dead end to the investigation. Now the players have to find out another way to track down this replicant. But to be like, oh well, while you were at their apartment gathering intel and like investigating and getting clues, they killed that guy. They killed one of their own, and oh yeah, they shot up the LAPD because they know that you're on their case, and so they went there, shot up the place, and they destroyed half of the Blade Runner's archives so that all your data's gone. That sounds like an asshole-ish dick move because the players are like, oh well, we're gonna go through this methodically and we're gonna try and think things through. And then it goes on to say, although time is of the essence in every case file, you are allowed as a game runner to modify when a countdown event occurs to make your game as enjoyable and as dramatic as possible. Don't go too easy on the players, though. A case file should provide an exciting experience even if the characters don't manage to stop the countdown events. Triggering these events should not be seen as a failure by the players. They're going to see it as failures. Every player is going to see that as a failure. That's like you can't sit there and be like the players shouldn't see it as a failure because a replicant is like a mad bomber and they're setting off explosions everywhere, and because they defused one bomb but another bomb went off in the city, like the players are gonna go, fuck, we should have split up. uh Maybe we missed a piece of evidence, or we didn't decipher his journal and figure out his plan, or we found a bunch of photos that he took and where that bomb went off that we didn't stop. It was at the fucking fountain that him and what other character fell in love, and so he blew it up in a fucking fit of rage over the loss of his loved one. We should have fucking figured that out. Or the guy that we caught and interrogated that was supplying him with the explosives told us there was this much and we thought it was all in one spot. We didn't even think to assume, holy shit, he might make smaller bombs. Like the players are going, some players, if not all players, are going to be like, we fucked up, and they're going to be bummed out. And then to like be like, oh, it wasn't just one bomb that went off, it was two other bombs. What was the other thing that I was like, okay, this is fine. I like this. I think it was combat. Yeah, combat in this game is quick, super quick, because the game literally the book literally tells the DM like make it quick and snappy. Guns are lethal. This isn't D&D where like you can get hit with like poked and prodded with a spear 20 times before you fall over and go, I'm at 0 HP, I'm bleeding out. Where is it? Where is combat? Combat. Also, it's all D6s and D10s. I think it's D6s and two D10s. Um, you have certain skills. Certain skills help out in combat. A lot of the skills help in investigating and role playing. But you roll your set number of pips. So if you have, I think it's like a 4 in the mobility, you roll 4 dice when running. And then if you have an I, that's considered a success. And then each you've succeeded, and then each other I adds to that success. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Hit points. Same thing applies to Alien, and I believe the One Ring. Hit points are fucking low. Super low. Uh, where is it? $27. Oop. Okay. Yeah, so you roll a d6, 1 to 3 is a human, 4 to 6 you're a replicant, and then you roll a d12 for your years on the force. 1 to 2 years you're a rookie, means you've been there for either almost a year or a year. You get 4 attribute points, 8 skills, no specialties. You get D3 promotion points. Replicants gain attribute points, but they don't get promotion points. Promotion points, I believe, is what ups your skills. And then Chinyan points are like cash, and you get -1 as a rookie. Seasoned is a 3 to 6. You've been on the force for 2 to 7 years. 3 attribute points, 10 skills, 1 specialty. And if I remember correctly, specialties are you get a buff, like you get to choose one of the skills you have, and you get like a bonus to it. You get D6 promotion points, just no extra or subtractions to your cash. A veteran, you get 2 attributes, 12 skills, 2 specialties, D8 in promotion points, +1 to money. And then an old timer, you've been on the force for 16 years, you only get 1 attribute, 14 skill points, 3 specialties, D10 in promotion points, and 2 for cash. So it's like the longer you've been in the force, your attributes are lower, but you get way more skills, and you got a bunch of specialties to those skills, and then promotion points. I think you can also spend on connections. Okay. Health. Your health is the sum of the die size for your strength and agility divided by 4, rounding fractions up. So if you have your ability scores, okay, so there is a D6, D8, D10, and D12 in the system. The highest die type you can get is a 12. So I believe the highest you can get for health is 4 in Blade Runner. I think that's the highest amount of health you can get. Let me see if they've got any example character sheets in the back. No, they don't. Maximum health. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, maximum health you can get is a 10, but I think it's 10 because of replicants. Let me see further. Yeah, replicants are designed to withstand physical punishment that humans cannot. Therefore, they get a +2 to their health rating. So they get +2 health. But they are less mentally stable than humans and get a -2 to resolve. For example, Strength B and Agility C give you a health of 5, rounded up from 4.5. So a Strength B is a D10, and Agility C is a D8. So that'd be 18 divided by 4. Yeah. And then what was combat? Okay, combat. Where's damage? Because I was looking at, I've read this quite a few times. I haven't read it recently though. I like to try and keep myself fucking refreshed on it. Oh, that's the other thing I liked about it is that there's like 3 newspapers in the box set, and you can use for the first story. Well, all the stories have like newspaper clippings, photos, advertisements that like the players will see on a blimp or something. Let's see. 178. That's the page I gotta go to. So we'll say the max is 10 health. Let's see what the basic pistol does. Also, you can do void comp tests. Okay, yeah. So a 357 subcompact pistol can do 1 damage. It's just a flat 1 damage. That's another thing I like about this game. All you score a hit, you just do base damage. That's it. Keeps it quick and snappy. You don't have to roll dice for damage. So uh, the lowliest pistol does 1 damage. A magnum does 2. A shotgun does 3. Scoped rifle does 2 damage. An assault rifle does 2 damage. The iconic Blade Runner gun has 3 types of ammo with different ranges and different things. So crushing or piercing damage. Uh, 2 of them do 2 damage. 1 of them does 1 damage. That's it. And the 222 rifle round, which I think is used in the movies, is a single shot. Loading 1 counts as an action in combat. But you have medium to long range, and that's it. And then the Blade Runner 2049 gun either does one damage or 2 damage. Done. That's it. So even the most iconic weapons, and then like you've like just punching somebody does 1 damage. Punching somebody with does 1 damage. Pepper spray is 1 point. Knives do 1 point. A police baton and brass knuckles do 2. And then grenades have a blast radius, and they do a gradient of damage. And you just round that down. I think it's round down, because you have to roll something to counter it. But I'm like, I really want to try it out. Like, because I am a massive, massive Blade Runner fan. It's the same engine or game system as all their other systems. Alien has fucking the fear dice, and it's all straight D6s. So you roll a skill. Say you've got to open a blast door. and you've got a fucking xenomorph chasing you and the rest of the group, you can push the roll, which, if I remember correctly, is you re-roll the roll, but you have to add stress dice. And if you roll a 1 on the stress dice, you fail because like you're scrambling to so you're trying to weld the door and you panic. And your stress, the more stress you have, the more stress dice you have. And that's a good thing and a bad thing because that's more dice you can roll, which means that's more sixes you can get to succeed, but now you have a higher chance of rolling ones and fucking up. And combat is, whew, like, I think it's the first 2 books. It's the base game, and then, I think it's Chariots of the Gods was the first module they released. 1 xenomorph, that's it. It's the most lethal fucking thing in the game. And then they did Colonial Marines because they realized people really wanted action. They really wanted like a full-on combat. So they released Colonial Marines, so now you can play as them. And then they release a fucking banger of a goddamn storyline. I fucking wish it was a movie because it's so goddamn good. And it's called Destroyer of Worlds. And it's a Cold War espionage with xenomorphs. Because the what is it? What are the fucking Russians called? The Soviets. It's the UPP, but I can't remember. They're like a neo-Soviet. Like, I guess the USSR, I think in the lore, collapsed and then rebuilt itself. And so, like, they're one of the 3 major, they're one of the 3 major factions. Because you have the United Americas, which is the UCS or the USCS Colonial Marines. They are on the planet that you start off at. You're Colonial Marines. You get to choose either to make your own character or choose one of the character sheets. But your task right now is like the game cold opens with evacuate the planet. The Soviets are coming. We are understaffed. We're outgunned and outmanned. They've sending in an entire invasion fleet. There's no way that the United Americas can send you supplies or manpower to stop the invasion. Give them the planet, we'll get it back. But you're also tasked with dealing with insurgents because there are a group of rogue colonial marines that are, I guess, aiding. It's never I've never really seen like the connections. They're like they're rogue operatives. And from the way I read it, the Soviets, because there's also Soviet spies, but from the way I saw it, the Soviets implanted these like specific colonial marines with chest bursters and released them back into the populace, but they've gone rogue because of just the plot demands it. Also, the fact like the whole planet's going to hell in a handbasket, like the colony is just in fucking total anarchy. But your task is to go there, murder them, kill the guys before the Soviets come, grab their data, like their data tablets or whatever, and head back to the ship and fucking leave. Okay, So you go around the city, tracking down these insurgents, getting into firefights with them, and that's when, if you complete the mission or you don't, after a certain amount of time in game, the Soviet fleet jumps into fucking orbit and drops fucking canisters of the black goo from Prometheus. And so the player characters now have to flee back to the Colonial Marines fort, turn on the anti-air defense systems, and then, because all the ships that were on the fucking planet surface have now been completely destroyed, either through the Soviets like bombarding the planet, the black goo mutating people into hideous monsters, or if you didn't get to one of the fucking insurgents in time, a chestburster erupted and now there's a xenomorph running around. Uh, you now have to flee into the base, fight your way through the base. I think it's that one, or it's Heart of Darkness that introduces mind controlled xenomorphs. Because there's I think it was Aliens 5 concept art where they have they look like Wolverine during the Weapon X program, where he has like the giant big chunky like VHS visor bolted to his head. Uh, I think it's in this one, but like the Soviets have these fucking xenomorph drones that have these fucking cybernetics implanted into them, so that like operators can control them. You have to fight your way through them, go up the space elevator to try and get to one of the spaceships there. And I think that's when you have to deal with an alien queen. I can't remember, but like just reading from point A to like from start to finish, I was like, this would have been an amazing Aliens movie. Bravo. And then Heart of Darkness. Let me grab it real quick. Which one was this? Yeah. So Charity of the Gods is continued into Destroyer of Worlds, and then Heart of Darkness is the final chapter in the Draconis Strain saga. But I think this is the one that introduces Madness, and I think it's Madness and Paranoia, because it's some alien you find on the planet, and you get to fucking you're tasked with collecting it. Because I don't think you play as Colonial Marines in that one. I think you can. Oh, there goes some dice. But I think it's they want all the players who are playing in like all three modules to play different characters, because 95% of all the cast in an alien movie fucking dies. But I was reading through, I think it's the first book of Alien. Yeah. But like I was reading through the Aliens role-playing game, and I was looking at it and I was like, I could cuz I think it's that one or the second one. I think it's Colonial Marines. They introduced an alien life form in that one. And I was looking at it, I was like, you could totally fucking make the thing. Like easily, you could remove the xenomorphs and all of that from the fucking game, set it on Earth, because it's shotguns, machine guns, assault rifles, pistols, flamethrowers. They all had the same mechanics. They just don't have they're not futuristic ones, and just have the thing. I will say though, it might be my fault, or it might just be the mechanics of the game's fault, but I had to buy 2 extra sets of dice because there's so many fucking dice that you have to roll sometimes. Because you're given 10 stress dice and 10 base flatline dice in just the normal game. But I think a skill can go up to 6. So you have to roll 6 flatline dice, and then you have to roll. I think the cap is 6 stress dice. But then when I read it when I first hosted it, it didn't really specify. It just was like, oh yeah, the higher the stress, the more stress dice they have to roll, and it just increases the likelihood they're gonna fail. But then there was 2 rolls where the guy was rolling 10 stress dice and he didn't hit a single like 1 or a critical fail, and like he pushed the roll again because he didn't get any 6s. He just got 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. And he's like, I'm gonna push it again. I have to. Like he saw 2 of his best buddies get fucking ripped in half, and that increased his stress way up. And I was like, you're gonna have to roll 2 of those dice again because now you're up to 12 stress dice. And I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. I need another set of dice just so that we can roll in case something like this happens where it snowballs. I probably will, Sten. But I'm gonna hop off for now. I'm kind of getting hungry. I'll try. Actually, yeah, I'm more than likely going to be streaming next week because I'm going to want to talk about what happened with the campaign this Saturday. I'll be talking all about that. I also want to talk about because Josh had texted me about it. Pathfinder. I guess there's some drama going on with second edition Pathfinder characters, so I'm gonna fucking look into that and read up on it. But yeah, you have a good night, Sten. I'll probably hit you up later on and shoot the shit.